want you to, just so you know for yourself, it's time for us to wake up. Time for us to stop believing some bullshit that was taught to us as a kid. You gotta know now that all that there is in you to be everything that you can be for the Creator in you to see, that you appreciate being given life, free will, and choices. It is what it is. They can't do nothing. They can't stop my voice. All they can do is stop me from broadcasting across their TV that tell lies to your vision. But I'm here to tell the truth. Because I ain't talking to your vision. I ain't even much talking to your ass no more. I'm talking to your heart. Because I know the truth is, and there is from where you'll start. So I'm doing this here mission with my girl character. And I have a little fun. Because when you come down to this game, all it is bullshit. I don't know how people can consider killing each other fun. I don't care if it is in a video game. I don't see nothing fun about it. And for a kid to feel that there's something funny about it, can't tell me something ain't fucked up about that. I'm just saying. But I can say something to you, and if it don't make sense to you, call me up with something to do. Creativity in you is the creator of you. That spark, that lightning, that light, that lightning strike before that smoke or fire. It is the egg before the chicken. Think about it. The chicken have to have protection. The egg is the chicken's protection. So, the egg came before the chicken. Think about how did the egg become before the chicken? What is the egg before the chicken? The egg is the chicken's protection, just as well as the Creator in us is our protection from going completely retarded crazy about this bullshit. Because people have lost their mind living in this bullshit, all because they was going by the shit that they was taught to believe in. And a belief system broke their fucking mind. But that's just it. You was taught to be stupid, so your belief system, you was taught to be stupid, so your belief system would break your mind. Because your belief system isn't from the divine. Because you believe what somebody else is telling you, not what your heart is telling you. I'm just telling you. For you to know for yourself, though. I'm not telling you this to control you. I'm telling this here to set you completely free. And the only place where you can be freed at, and that is where you start off to be at. And that's inside of heaven as a heart. It is what it is. So like I say again, you can get and ask yourself the question, does what I say make sense? Or does what you believe in make sense? I'm just trying to tell you. I can break it down to you getting on your knees and saying your prayers, and you was taught this here as a kid to get on your knees and say, Our Father who art in heaven. If you don't see now just that lie that they turned around, it is what it is right there. Why is you on your knees saying, Our Father who art in heaven? Why do you feel like the creator, which they were saying in heaven, is a man. When you know that the creator is neither man nor woman, black nor white, really it's just that. Divine light being the original creator. I'm just saying. What got away? Not for long. Calling a helicopter, yo. That's the thing I had a helicopter. That's true. I'm gonna take your boy jet. I wanna go to the house and do it. No, I'm doing. I'm supposed to be having this on TV set. Stop it right there. I'm tripping. I got y'all watching that when y'all could be watching this. I'm tripping off. I ain't coming to the house now. I ain't gonna take the job for now. As I see you, Nito News. Be on this mission with Jay Norton, my better half, on this shitty ass game that we call Grand Theft to the motherfucking auto. Maybe they had a car there. I wonder where it is. They had a car there. We up there, that's why I couldn't see it. Oh, but guess what? Your friends are moving like this. Yo. Right by my friend's house. I'll check him out. Go find him a call. What are you gonna do? sometimes I'm just speechless to what we believe in and how well we was taught to be stupid. My boy, peace. I see you news. See my house, my jet, my airplane, my girlfriend driving her airplane. Just want y'all to check that out. That's what Francis makes. I see you news out. I see you news. Weasel news. You alright? We can hurry up and end this thing. Yeah. She a lady. I don't care if I'm late. She still gonna walk. Only time she runs when they shoot. Oh shit. Yeah. You can deal with that. And two something. You alright? Deal with them. It's two something. You hear? You'll have at least three. 325. Don't make it without any kind of hiccups. But back to the real point at hand, people. It's how we've been taught to be stupid people. We gotta wake up out of this fucked up, stupid ass dream we've been taught to believe in. We've been taught to believe in a lot of bullshit that makes us bullshit people. When you sit there and you think about all the lies from God being a man to God being a woman to now the Creator is the creator of all the gods and all the different religions. Because the Creator created the man and created all the different gods and all the different religions. But that's just it. It's created by man. Created is all love, unconditional feeling. To know what you create is for real. Just to picture that shit. That thing supposed to be like, yo, and they can't. No, I ain't crazy. No, I ain't crazy. That was some bullshit. Some bullshit, bro. Yeah, people, some bullshit. I was know some bullshit. You don't think that make you bullshit too?
To bring you what police sacrifices do. Okay. And so, will you ever use this app? I was in the hospital and like several times. So outside the edge, everything did was softer and light. We saw them. They're too young to be arrested. Why are you taking them?
Ritual sex magic was also practiced amongst some Jewish cults. Many temples had holes in their walls so that rabbis could ritually sodomize a prostitute, a young man or a boy, and invoke the fallen angel Raziel as they reached sexual climax. The word sodomy is derived from the name of the biblical city of Sodom, in which sex magic and also blood sacrifice were widely practiced.
The reality of this behavior is never revealed to the public, as the media keeps any revelations quiet. Unfortunately, these type of activities continue to this day. Florida Congressman Mark Foley chaired the House caucus on missing and exploited children, and went on television praising Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator series.
The Dateline piece has probably done more than any law we can create.
Foley was later caught attempting to have sexual relations with numerous underage cases.
Congressman Mark Foley, the man who championed the Child Protection Act of 2006, resigned after inappropriate emails and instant messages surfaced that he sent to former congressional pages.
Once more, no charges were even filed.
Foley himself has checked into rehab. No one has been charged with any crime.
The predator class acts like Roman emperors, indulging in excess that includes sex with young boys, while portraying themselves as medical lords.
What we're dealing with this level of dealing is a well-organized religious and cult-based group that is widely widespread.
Myra Riddell is a private therapist and the driving force behind the Ritual Abuse Task Force of the Los Angeles County Women's Commission. Experts like Riddell are convinced Satanists can be found at every level of society.
Yet unofficially, some charge that army bases have become sanctuaries for devil worshippers. Just last month, under a full moon, I took a midnight tour of the Presidio grounds with police investigator Ed Abernathy. Are you saying that there was a satanic cult active right there on the army base?
Yes. We believe so. There's evidence to substantiate that. They had those satanic rituals going on. There's an altar in there, and all of the graffiti on it would indicate that.
How'd you find the place?
This is a fortification during World War II. During World War II, where they had gun batteries. I can see a pentagram painted on the wall. I can see the word Prince of Darkness. On this wall, I see several inverted crosses and other obvious satanic ritualistic paintings or symbols. Just as we've agreed to conceal your identity, that you are an officer in the United States Army. That's correct. And you were an officer in the United States Army during the time you were a member of this satanic organization. Yes. Did the authorities at the Presidio know that a satanic organization was active on their base during the time that you were a member? They were very much aware of it, yes.
The present base commander, Colonel Rafferty, says that today at least,
I know of no satanic activities whatsoever in this area.
Satanism may be a constitutionally protected religion. But similar to another recent case at the United States Military Academy at West Point, here charges surfaced connecting ritual child abuse at the Presidio Daycare Center to the devil cult. It was here parents and others alleged that as many as 60 young children were ritualistically abused by soldiers of Satan.
What actually counted?
Oral copulation, sodomy, defecation, they were urinated on.
You commit evil, you fight an evil system, and we're standing up against you!
The Knights Templar degenerated to the point where they practiced idolatry, sex rituals, and worshipped Satan in the form of the Baphomet. In fact, sodomy became a rite of initiation into the order. Unfortunately, those practices are being carried on today.
And if Washington doesn't have enough to talk about these days, the Washington Times reported today that unidentified White House aides in the Carter, Reagan, and Bush administrations now are being investigated for using the service's The Fall Boy ring. The paper reports that two of the male prostitutes were given a late-night tour of the White House last year. The White House press secretary, Marvin Fitzwater, said he knew nothing of this investigation. NBC's Lisa Myers reports her sources in the U.S. Attorney's Office say the investigation is not focusing on prostitution, but on fraud involving the use of credit cards to pay the call boy service.
In 1307, King Philippe of France arrested them for charges of denial of Christ, homosexuality, and idol worship, as well as magic. Their leader, Jacques de Molay, was captured and burnt to the stake.
Some of today's well-connected youth are still initiated into a secret society based on the Knights Templar, known as the Order of the Molay.
The Templars were cornered, and just when it seemed they were finished forever, but not in France. In fact, in a country in a desperate struggle for independence against the English, the country of Scotland. For some, Scotland's hope of independence had died with the death of William Wallace. However, to the King of Scotland, Robert the Bruce, the arrival of the Templars gave him a new secret weapon. Their experience, gained over 200 years of fighting the mighty armies of Islam, had made them expert in combat and warfare, and more than a match for any army brought before them. In 1314, the Templars, allied with Robert the Bruce and his order, took to the field of Bannockburn in the long-awaited showdown with the English. Robert the Bruce's foresight paid off. The 25,000-strong English army suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of only 6,500 men. The dream of an independent Scotland had finally been achieved. The Templars had brought themselves back from the brink of destruction, and never again would they allow themselves to be destroyed. This time, they would control the country by controlling its kings, and in order to preserve their secret order, the Templars would have to die, but more precisely the name would have to die. The Templars, who had escaped Europe, were finally laid to rest in Rosslyn Chapel, Scotland, which stands to this day as sign of their presence in Britain. Their descendants became the true power of Scotland. In 1603, the death of Queen Elizabeth I left England without an heir to the throne. By virtue of descent, King James V of Scotland became King of England. In doing so, Scotland and England joined to form a new kingdom, and the power that the Templars held over Scotland spread to give them a firm grip on the whole of Great Britain. For over 100 years, the Templars concealed their activities, fading into the background until they were little known and little remembered. However, they did not cease to keep a firm grip on Britain. All the time they were planning, regrouping, and infiltrating positions of power in all corners of the kingdom. In 1717, the Templars made their reappearance in Europe. They had grown in both number and strength, and were now ready to coin a new identity, free from their reputation of the past, and given credibility by none other than the monarchy and aristocracy of England. And the name they chose for themselves was a name that would be known by many, but understood by a few. This new name, the Freemasons. The new identity and the grandeur of its members afforded the Masons with respect and dignity. The first royal member of the Freemasons was Frederick, Prince of Wales. The latest members include Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, and consort to the current Queen of England, Elizabeth II, who herself is a grand patron to the Masons. However, behind closed doors, the Freemasons were free to indulge in the secret rites and rituals handed down to them by their ancestors, and these became the basis of their levels of membership, called degree. The Freemasons were not content with power in Britain alone. Their ambitions were far greater. In the years to come, the world would witness Europe and America being plagued by wars and revolutions, each more devastating than the other. However, these would not be as commonly believed, the spontaneous effects of the downtrodden people, but in fact schemes created by the exclusive few, driven by hunger for absolute power. All this would take place from the very country from which they had fled centuries earlier, and would become the base for the global domination.
Founded on May 1st, 1776, by Adam Weishaupt, a professor at Ingolstadt University. Weishaupt obviously had been a serious student of the occult, for many of its bizarre features and symbols were incorporated into his organization. Weishaupt had been active in the Masonic lodges of Germany, and found in them the perfect vehicle for recruiting into his secret order, which he described publicly as the highest level of Freemasonry. The Illuminati was formally incorporated into the Masonic lodges at the Congress of Wilhelmsbad in 1780. There were 8 conspiratorial rings within rings, advancing from the outermost novice inward to Rex, or king. The king, of course, was Weishaupt himself, who had adopted the code name Spartacus. Those in the outer rings were told that the grand purpose of the order was to make of the human race, without any distinction of nation, condition, or profession, one good and happy family. But by the time the member had advanced to the level of presbyter, or priest, his oath of absolute secrecy and obedience had become deadly serious. Only then was he allowed finally to see the ultimate goal of the order. It was the destruction of all religion, and the destruction of all independent governments, replaced by a new world order, a world government ruled from behind the scenes by the Illuminati.
When you study these secret societies, when you study guys like Albert Pike, and Pike is writing in Morals and Dogma about, he's using this ancient Gnostic name for God, the God of the Bible, iiWii. Okay? And he's referring to iiWii as being this lesser God who created Adam and Eve, the earth. Okay? And he goes on to say that it was devils that forbade Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge. But it was an angel of light, he says, who showed up and gave them permission to be redeemed through the tree of knowledge, the serpent. And you can see throughout Pike's writings, in Morals and Dogma, and his influence, another guy named Elias Levi, who taught as Madame H.P. Blavatsky taught, this inversion of God and the devil, where God becomes the devil and the devil becomes God.
Albert Pike was a pretty category Mason, who's also known as a player of Freemasonry. One of the officers, Albert Pike,
held within Freemasonry includes Sovereign Grand Commander of the Sovereign Council of Grand Sovereign Inspectors General of the 33rd degree. It is also believed to be the highest Mason in the United States. In his day by many researchers. In his book, Morals and Dogma, he states the following in regard to Lucifer. Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not. He later asserts the following in relation to Satan. For the initiates, this is not a person, but a force, created for good, by which we may serve for evil. It is the instrument of liberty or free will. They represent this force which presides over the physical generation under the mythologic and horned form of the god Pan. Thence came the he-goat of the Sabbath, brother of the ancient serpents, and the light-bearer, or phosphor, of which the poets have made the false Lucifer of the legend. Who this Lucifer was, the Lucifer of Freemasonry and the mystery religions, was revealed later by Pike in the following statement in the same volume. The Masonic religion should be, by all of us initiates of the high degree, maintain the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, whose deeds prove his cruelty perfectly, hatred of man, barbarism, and repulsion of science, with Adonai and his priests culminating. Yes, Lucifer is God, and unfortunately, Adonai is also God. For the eternal law is that there is no light without shade, no beauty without ugliness, no white without black. For the absolute can only exist as two gods. Darkness being necessary for light, to serve as its foil, as the pedestal is necessary to the state. Thus, the doctrine of Satanism is a heresy, and the true and pure philosophical religion is the belief in Lucifer, the equal of Adonai. But Lucifer, God of light, God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil.
Great is one way all day, every day. And that's loving you unconditionally. No fighting. That's you fighting each other.
On the back of the dollar bill, you'll see the symbol on
you
the
and the
left-hand
creator in the
side of
middle.
the bill, which is annuit collectus, which means our enterprise is now a success. Our enterprise is crowned with success. Annuit collectus. So you say, fine, so you have an enterprise and it's now crowned with success. What enterprise are you talking about? Novas ordo seclorum. Novas is novus, meaning new. Ordo is order, and seclorum is where we get the word secular, meaning the world. So it's new order of the world, the new world order.
They're all covered with filthy germs, aren't they, Smithers? Why, what do you mean, sir?
Freemasons run the country!
Ew.
So, in other words, these guys print the money, they run the country, and they own you, and they own everything around it. And so they make the laws, and that's why they can decide who can kill who, and who can get away with who, and who can get away with whatever, because they make the laws and they decide. On the $1 bill at the top, you'll see this little image right here. But if you blow it up from an actual photograph, you'll see it as it's a little owl. The symbol of a Bohemian society. The Bohemian Society meets in California on the last 2 weeks of July of every year. I have pictures showing all of the presidents, all of the living presidents, excluding the new one, but all of the living presidents at Bohemian Grove in Northern California, and they're all wearing red and black Ku Klux Klan dress type of regalia, like the Ku Klux Klaners, with the pointed headdress and everything. And that's quite a sight to see presidents dressed like Ku Klux Klan members.
Our story begins in Northern California over 100 years ago, when locals began to spread rumors of bizarre occult rituals being conducted in the ancient redwood groves of Sonoma. As the decades passed, it became clear these incredible stories had a basis in truth, and their source was a 2,700-acre private
stamped him out. And I asked my buddies, well, we're here to find weapons of mass destruction.
3 years later, despite promises made by the U.S. government of liberating and improving the country, the contracts.
Some researchers claim that all members agree to tithe their wealth over to the society, thus ensuring that their offspring will become future initiates of the Brotherhood of Death.
3 generations of the Bush family have been members of Skull and Bones. George W. Bush, his father George H.W. Bush, and his father before him, Prescott Bush, were all members of this occult secret society.
The Skull and Bones Brotherhood of Death recruits members from America
secretly. You then use the media, which isn't difficult, to wind up public opinion in relation to your manufactured problem to the point where public opinion utters the classic words, something must be done, this can't go on, which is always followed by, give my power away, what are they going to do about it? And at that point, those who created the problem and got someone else to be blamed for it, wound up that public reaction, then openly, in the public arena, in the parliaments of the world, in the newspapers and on the television, offer the solutions to the problems they have created.
Like, we built out the bank after the banks broke themselves.
What is a false
That's some bullshit.
The encyclopedia definition reads, false flag operations are covert operations conducted by governments, corporations, or by other organizations which are designed to appear as if they were carried out by other entities. The name is derived from the military concept of flying false colors, that is, flying the flag of a country other than your own. There are many variants of false flag operations, but one of the most popular carried out by governments is to stage a terror attack or horrible criminal incident and then blame it on your political enemies. One of the best-known cases of a false flag high was carried out by the newly elected Adolf Hitler on February 27, 1933. Nazi documents uncovered at the end of World War II, as well as testimony during the Nuremberg trials, revealed what many historians already suspected, that Hermann Goering had set fire to the Reichstag, the German parliament building. The Nazis then produced their patsy, Marinus van der Lubbe, an extremely mentally handicapped young man who was found rolling around in an alley behind the Reichstag, naked. Van der Lubbe was then taken before a Nazi show trial, found guilty and sentenced to death. He was beheaded on January 10, 1934.
Some bullshit.
Using the crisis he had created to pass laws similar to the USA Patriot Act, Hitler became dictator and set his sights on the world. By March of 1939, Hitler had already seized Czechoslovakia. Having gained both Austria and Czechoslovakia, Hitler desired to move east against Poland. But he did not want to look like the aggressor. Hitler needed an excuse for attacking Poland. It was Heinrich Himmler who came up with a plan. Thus, the operation was codenamed Operation Himmler. On the night of August 31st, 1939, the Germans took an unknown prisoner from one of the concentration camps, dressed him in a Polish uniform, took him to the town of Liwitz on the German-Polish border, and then shot him. The staged scene with the dead prisoner dressed in a Polish uniform was supposed to appear as a Polish attack on a radio station. German radio, newspapers, and newsreels were flooded with images of what appeared to be a dead Polish soldier who had dared attack the right. Now Hitler had his excuse to invade Poland, and the nightmare of World War II had begun.
Bullshit. Go in that fucking war. Won't go to fucking war. Bunch of bullshit, man. Go in bullshit, man. I don't want nobody to die, man. Not even the evil bastards.
Is more
I'm be honest with you.
than one small
Y'all
country.
evil bastards?
It is a big
Die?
idea.
No, that's too
A
easy
new
for you.
world order. where diverse nations
Suffer? No. That's too harsh for you.
to achieve the universal aspiration.
Go somewhere by yourself? That's right for you.
Puzzling involved the terrorist attack on 9/11.
Oh, really?
Now, statistically speaking,
I'll take them and just put them.
but others
They got so
violate
many
the
areas. They can
over
just
and
put
over
them.
again, 9/11 appeared in everything.
And let them fend for themselves since they want to do shit like kill people.
We know
Take away from our people.
it has to do with airline
I'm
counterterrorism.
I guarantee you, that would live there and discipline motherfuckers way more than they go to.
Terrorist groups to act out this scenario and actually use and to be a terrorist are. I don't conceive of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against the domestic airline? They heard of it.
And this was before September 11th.
What possible gain? The Cold War is over, John. But there's no clear enemy to stop them against the arms market slap. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City. You'll find a dozen tin-top dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility, begging to be smartphones. This is about increasing our savings.
In September of 2000, a neoconservative think tank called the Project for a New American Century echoed Brzezinski's statements, saying the United States is the world's only superpower, combining preeminent military power, global technological leadership, and the world's largest economy. An engine for New World Order ideals. Members of PNAC included Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Jeb Bush, Scooter Libby, William Christie, and Paul Wolfowitz.
Faction. A small faction over possible gain.
Describing the difficulty in projecting force, they write the process of transformation is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor.
Treason. The cabal of neoconservatives at PNAC, I think you all know what that is, who planned this war, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, Libby, Pearl,
who we referred to as the crazies.
This cabal knew the American people would not stand for a war against Iraq unless there was, as they put it in their own document, a new Pearl Harbor.
And lo and behold, there came 9/11. What a gift. What a gift.
Bullshit, people.
They actually said this before 9/11.
Before 9/11.
New Pearl Harbor event, we won't be able to get the stupid people to do what we want to do.
No.
Because the stupid people won't support us with our bloodthirsty wars and going and killing a bunch of people so we can secure the energy reserve. They won't support it. And they're right. They wouldn't support it.
Confused between the fear of an unknown enemy and an ill-repressed thirst for revenge, Americans flatly accepted a war, the invasion of Afghanistan, that had already been planned to the smallest detail.
Our grief is turned to anger, and anger to resolution. Whether we bring our enemies to justice, or we bring justice to our enemies, justice will be done.
Immediately, George W. Bush declared war on terrorism.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
The lie. The biggest one in modern history, 9/11. What a force.
What a fucking crime.
19 hijackers of the planes crashed into the World Trade Center towers, into the Pentagon, into the rural area in Pennsylvania.
Seen from up close, the official version soon started to show some serious weaknesses. Too many curious events, too many inconsistencies, too many coincidences pointed at the possibility that the truth had been somewhat different from what we had been told. This set off an unprecedented investigation on the internet.
thousands of independent researchers from all over the world ended up bringing to light so many faults in the official version that it legitimized suspicion that the U.S. administration had some kind of role in the attacks. From flight amateurs who perform highly acrobatic maneuvers without ever having piloted a jet in their life, passports, personal wills, and terrorist bandanas conveniently emerging from a hole where the plane cannot be found. From an entire Boeing 757 disappearing in a 15-foot wine hole, to modern steel buildings collapsing against the most fundamental laws of physics, it has become very difficult today to maintain that the official version reflects what truly happened on that day. In fact, in 2006, almost half of Americans believe that the Bush administration covered up the truth about 9/11. And the protests of those requesting a new, truly independent investigation keep increasing by the day.
How incredible is it that anyone in their right mind would buy this ridiculous version that all these so-called experts in the mainstream media are telling us? That Osama bin Laden and 19 hijackers, 5 of which are verified to be alive to this day, that these guys were responsible for this act, including Mohammed Atta. Who knows Mohammed Atta? Who knew it?
Atta, Mohammed Atta, leader of Al-Qaeda's 9/11 hijackings. From Prague comes a Czech intelligence report of a photograph allegedly showing Mohammed Atta meeting with a high-ranking Iraqi intelligence officer.
The lead hijacker of 9/11, supposedly. Mohammed Atta, this is not me making this up, this is a fact. Mohammed Atta was snorting cocaine and drinking booze in strip joints in Florida.
There was always drinking, always drinking. There wasn't wine or beer or liquor or whatever. There was always drinking, always. And they had nasty supplies of cocaine. Muhammad and all these people that he was with, they were drunk and stoned out of their freaking minds.
That's Mohammed Atta, the lead hijacker. One day snorting cocaine and drinking booze and having sex with strippers. The next day flying a jihadic mission. Are you serious? Is this some sort of bad movie? Is this serious? And what does it say about us? That we could believe for
color
one
is not
second
black.
This ridiculous version of what happened on 9/11.
Earth tone.
The government has lied about 9/11 repeatedly and used it to dominate the Middle East, while creating an evolving police state here, encroaching on civil liberties at home. And of course, building a new world order.
There is a chance for the President of the United States to use this disaster to carry out what his father, a phrase his father used, I think, only once, and it hasn't been used since, and that is a new world order.
Where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind.
We know now that September 11th of 2001 was the beginning of what we might call a new world order.
The first building hit in high floor by the first plane was in smoke.
On September 11, 2001, American network television relays the U.S. government's immediate finger-pointing at Osama bin Laden on the Afghan Taliban.
We all know perfectly well that the Taliban has been housing and comforting Osama bin Laden.
The Taliban have been warned. The U.S. is going to retaliate against Afghanistan itself.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
Even though the alleged terrorist list doesn't include any Afghans, President Bush consults neither the U.S. Congress nor the United Nations and attacks Afghanistan within a month of September 11th.
Y'all stupid-ass soldiers, boy. See, do y'all see how we was taught to be stupid? Y'all are just taught to be dumb. I'm just being straightforward with it. Y'all soldiers are just taught to be dumb. Ain't nothing smart about y'all at all. Why? Because when you look at the reason why you're fighting, You fighting because of somebody else's bullshit. Everybody say, okay, we need somebody to defend us. No, we do not. Because if somebody want to let them come do you fucking something, they gonna come do you some fucking something.
Then died in the September 11th attacks in New York.
If our fucking soldiers come to the motherfucking realization in all fucking countries that you can't make me go kill no fucking body for my country, especially if they ain't do nothing to my fucking country or me.
Not only is the nation's infrastructure and economy destroyed, its people too have remained of little more than collateral. They have been targeted as sport, burnt, raped, arrested, and mistreated.
A year ago yesterday, on November 6, 2012, tens of millions of Americans went to the polls to re-elect President Obama.
So y'all go check it out, because if I put the picture up on my shit, they gonna let them put fucking copyrights on it and mute it or kick it off.
Being arrested by U.S. Special Forces. He was never heard from again. Months later, an Afghan shepherd saw a feral dog digging at human remains now believed to be the farmer's. His decaying body was found just outside a base used by a team of U.S. Special Forces known as the A-Team. The body was found just weeks after U.S. Special Forces were compelled by the Afghan government to leave the base amid allegations of torture and murder. More and more bodies were soon found just outside the base located in Wardak province, West Al-Qaeda.
Fucking killing ass bastard.
Afghan officials say they have uncovered the bodies of 10 Afghan men, all of whom disappeared after being arrested by U.S. Special Forces.
Many Afghans have experienced firsthand the West's empty record.
Now you see why, all because of some perverted, dirty, stanky ass bastards of the fucking soldiers that ain't soldiers, they're cowards. Anybody that kill an unarmed man without a fucking gun is a... I can't say you're a bitch because a bitch is stronger than you. You ain't even much the shit under somebody's shoe.
This is the U.S. military's brand new $60 million detention center at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan.
$60 million.
It will replace the former notorious prison, a symbol of detainee abuse for Afghans following the death of 2 inmates in 2002.
The prisoners who will soon be moved here remain in legal limbo. They haven't been charged with any crime. No civilian lawyer has ever been allowed inside Bagram.
Wow. You see what the fucking madness that these soldiers that's supposed to be soldiers, these are not soldiers, these are terrorists. The soldiers are the terrorists. The soldiers are the terrorists. This is our government that's terrorizing us as the fucking people with our fucking soldiers. What the fuck? What the fuck? What do we do when somebody get us on the motherfucking fence and somebody get ready to kick us off? And it's our fucking army, Navy, Air Force, Marine. What the fuck, people? You are the people that's going into these armed forces stupid. Damn, we were fucking taught to be fucking stupid ass motherfucking people, and y'all dummies in the motherfucking army. Y'all straight fucking dummies. Cause if you think about it, y'all are giving orders to do dumb shit to other fucking people like you. Only reason for it. And y'all tripping out about gangs? Y'all tripping out about fucking gangs?
This is his brother, Taj Mohammed Hamad. This is where he is now, Guantanamo Bay, where prisoners are shackled, trussed, and kept in cages 8 feet by 7 feet for up to 24 hours a day. The light is always on. Children and old men have been incarcerated. Amnesty International calls it a black hole, a violation of the most basic human rights.
Wow. And y'all soldiers are doing that.
There are 9
I'm taking orders.
Including
when you end up coming back in this circle of life as a rock that bleeds and just sit there and just sit there and just sit there and just be to the point where it's the most hell you can ever imagine. You're going to wonder why the Creator is punishing you. No. You
But
are
still,
punishing
he's
you
being charged
by
with
you
nothing.
being judged by the creator of you, which is in your heart. So you being judged by your heart being heavy for the
America
shit
and
that you
Afghanistan
do
are
for
now
somebody
allies
else
against
that ain't
terrorism.
smart.
As the next step of the so-called Operation Enduring Freedom, the U.S. government installs Afghanistan's new president, former UNICAL consultant Hamid Karzai.
Chairman Hamid Karzai.
Looks like a bad man.
3 years later, despite promises made by the U.S. government of liberating and improving the country, the situation in Afghanistan is still as precarious as before.
When you look at how bad these people living after we blowed up all these shit, after our president just wanted to lay up there and go in there.
We're trying to create the conditions.
Oh, shut the fuck up, y'all puppets. Y'all the fucking dumb ass motherfucking puppets.
Only the first road, the Kabul-Kandahar highway, has been rebuilt in Afghanistan and was opened only in December 2003, which means that 2.5 years have passed since 9/11, over which very little work has been done.
Only, by the way, 25% of the population in Afghanistan have access to safe water, and about 12 to 13% of the population have access to adequate sanitation. And the needs include essential medicines and drugs, childhood diseases, tuberculosis, malnutrition, water and sanitation and community health. But we are implementing the programs ourselves. This is not the case in other countries.
I think that it's clear one of the main reasons that America went into Afghanistan was to try and get Al-Qaeda dismantled, the organization which committed the 9/11 atrocities.
Really?
Well, you don't think so?
Well, how come Al-Qaeda put the heroin business out? They took all the poppy growers and stopped the production of heroin.
What would you have done?
Wait, now how much of that illegal heroin was propping up the international banks with laundered money, and when it dried up, the first recession happened? Well, now that we're back in there, we aligned with the poppy growers, and the heroin business is back up full swing again. I thought we fight a war on drugs here.
All right, Jesse,
Seems we're not.
Afghanistan is the world's largest supplier of opium, and since the US invasion in 2002, the growing of opium poppies has reached staggering proportions, with money from the British government being used by opium farmers to plant gigantic fields of poppies. The BBC confirmed in April 2004 that since the invasion and occupation of Afghanistan by British and American forces, poppy production has reached an all-time high.
Opium poppies, eradicated by the Taliban as part of their proclaimed moral order, have been reintroduced by the Northern Alliance warlords. In 2003, with a mighty 3/4 of the world production, Afghanistan has become the world's #1
Population
producer of
control,
heroin.
man. All that population
All the
control.
warlords are deeply involved, either in selling or trafficking in opium oil, or actually in providing resources for farmers to grow it. The Americans have not done anything. Neither the coalition forces nor the NATO-led peacekeeping forces, and nor has President Karzai.
It was revealed in October of 2009 that the CIA had been funding puppet Afghani leader Hamid Karzai's warlord brother for the last 8 years. He is the lead opium dealer in the region. It seems the same cartel that was dealing drugs in the 80s and 90s never stopped. After all, how else could the government fund black operation programs across the board?
The Karzai regime has whole sections of it which are drug supported, and we can't touch it. We turned Afghanistan into the major supplier of heroin to the world. It happened under CIA supervision.
Loving, conscious thinking people.
They control the legal and illegal drug trades, and in cases like the Iran-Contra scandal, the American government itself was caught supplying its country with cocaine.
Essentially, black operations were not only caught dealing arms illegally and supporting South American dictators, but also smuggling drugs into the United States.
Iran-Contra was really the merging of two different programs. The first one was support for the Contras, who were, let's face it, a force of terrorists in Nicaragua trying to overthrow the Sandinista government. They were being secretly supported by the CIA, and at the bottom of the whole thing was drugs.
Iran-Contra was openly exposed by massive network coverage.
How was it that in 3 years, a network Washington set up to run arms to the Contras wound up running cocaine into this country for the most vicious drug cartel in the world? At the same time, we were supposed to be fighting a war against drugs.
But we got so many people in jail behind bullshit, and they get paid for that shit too. Man, it's like I said again, we was taught to be stupid fucking people, and the soldiers was taught to be dumb fucking people, because they take orders to do bullshit that they know that's against their morals, but they was taught to be stupid, so they went somewhere where they could be as stupid as possible to be dumb.
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
The truth don't come out. But like I say, the truth is the truth, period. Fuck all the bullshit. And I say, like I said too, the truth is just
Director Deutsch, I will refer you to 3 specific
one way.
agency operations known as Amadeus, Pegasus, and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel who attempted to recruit me in the late 70s to become involved in protecting agency drug operations in this country. I have been trying to get this out for 18 years, and I have the evidence. If you have information about CIA illegal activity in drugs, you should immediately bring that information to wherever you want. But let me suggest 3 places: the Los Angeles Police Department, for the record, my name is Mike Rupert, R-U-P-P-E-R-T. I did bring this information out 18 years ago, and I got shot at and forced out of Valley PD because of it. I've been on the record for 18 years nonstop, and I'll be happy to give you, Congressman, anything that I have. Thank you, Mr. Rupert.
The narrative of this war that we are fed from politicians and media presupposes positive intentions on the part of the United States and her allies. Yet the history of their foreign policy belies any sincerity or positive intent for others. They know only of their own selfish economic and political interests, and are willing to destroy entire nations to achieve this. In the Muslim world in particular, Western foreign policy has been brutal and unrelenting. A mix of propping up dictators, establishing foreign entities, and displacing entire peoples, going to war based on lies, and pursuing policies designed to create and embed division and chaos. Hence, not only is the war in Afghanistan a costly, unjust, and oppressive failure, it is also being waged by those who have no regard for human beings, their lives, and livelihoods.
this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. Our nation enters this conflict reluctantly, yet our purpose is sure.
These are the oil fields of the Middle East, the greatest prize of all. Iraq is the world's second biggest oil producer, and its conquest gives America a vast base from which to dominate the Middle East. It's been a conquest achieved at any price, including truth.
I joined in 03 because I was broke, I needed money, but I was a young American kid, I wanted to fight the war. I joined up, a month out of training, I arrived in Baghdad, Iraq, January 04. Saddam's been captured. And I get there, and the guys that I'm serving with have been there for 6 months already. They were there in 03. And I go, well, you know, I think it's come out that, you know, these people had nothing to do with 9/11. There was no Iraqi on those planes. We can see around here, there's no Al-Qaeda, there's no terrorist syndicates in Baghdad or Iraq. Saddam had stamped them out. And I asked my buddies, well, you know, we're here to find weapons of mass destruction. And they laughed at me. And I said, well, you know, we're here to help the people. And they laughed at me. And I said, well, what's our mission? What's our goal? I really, you know, I thought we were going to find the people that did 9/11. I thought we were going to get these weapons of mass destruction that would help people. They're like, all we're trying to do is make them home alive.
Alex is happy to offer his take on why his country went into Iraq.
Trillions in oil, number one. Trillions and trillions in oil. Hundreds of billions in weapons sales for Carlyle Group and Dick Cheney's wife on the board of Lockheed Martin and all these big aerospace giants. It's about the hundreds of billions in just non-military contracts, construction contracts, rebuilding contracts. And it's about setting up permanent military presence. And it's also been about silencing political dissent here domestically and setting up a type of military state here as well.
It was serious dishonesty, the result of which includes the fact that thousands of Iraqis have died. Hundreds of soldiers from our own countries have tragically died.
Andrew Wilkie is the only serving Western intelligence officer to break cover and expose what he believes to be the truth about the invasion of Iraq. Working in the top-secret Office of National Assessments in Canberra, he saw intelligence shared by America, Britain, and Australia.
We were sold this war on the basis of Iraq possessing a massive arsenal of weapons of mass destruction, which was never found and won't be found because there was no massive arsenal of weapons. We were also promised a need for a war on the basis of active cooperation between Iraq and Al-Qaeda, and the fact that it was just a matter of time before some of these weapons from this massive arsenal were passed to this terrorist group. Always a ridiculous proposition, and always completely at odds with my experience in the intelligence community. There was no hard intelligence to establish that there was a link between Iraq and Al-Qaeda.
You know, I never saw any evidence that would link it, and thus far there's been no evidence produced that would suggest that Saddam is behind Al-Qaeda. In fact, my experience in the time I served would suggest the opposite, that Saddam was the least likely person to want anything to do with Al-Qaeda.
Meeting notes from the afternoon of 9/11 show Donald Rumsfeld tasking a top aide to find the best info fast, good enough to hit Saddam Hussein. He asks the aide to get evidence from Wolfowitz of a Saddam connection with UDL, Osama bin Laden.
We all looked at each other like, what are they talking about? Who the hell? Saddam Hussein? Bin Laden hates him. Thinks he's a heretic. There's no connection between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda.
The word goes out to the CIA, FBI, and all the intelligence services. Find the connection.
The war on terror involves Saddam Hussein because of Al-Qaeda connections, because of his history. He's a danger to the American people, and we got to deal with him.
We've got to deal with him before it is too late.
They thought when September 11th happened, perfect, great opportunity, a great excuse. If we can tell the American people that this is part of the war on terrorism, that this is somehow linked to Al-Qaeda, that Saddam has nuclear weapons, then they felt they could actually manipulate the American people, their grief, their suffering, their anger in such a way to carry out something that they had been planning since 1997. And it was a perfect pretext for them, but it had nothing to do with the reality of September 11th and nothing to do with the reality of their own assertion.
Yeah, everything to do with the reality of September 11th. Because they created September 11th.
Now, 3,000 Americans are dead. We don't care how many Iraqis you got killed. Killing the civilians is part of war. And that's what they sent us into Baghdad with.
The justification would be, oh, we were attacked on 9/11. Therefore, we have a right, based on the UN Charter's provisions for self-defense, to kill anyone, anywhere in the world, anytime, as long as we argue that they are linked to that initial attack.
Bullshit. That's why y'all won't get. I'm y'all with you, and this is the honest truth. I'm glad there isn't a hell. Oh, I'm so glad there isn't a hell. Why? Because of what you was taught to believe in. It's gonna be worse when you actually in what you taught to believe in, because you created that reality for yourself. Now I gave you that straight from the creator of all of us, because I don't talk for myself. I just be quiet and sit back and enjoy the ride, because this is a hell of a ride, knowing that there ain't no hell. Knowing that the Creator is love, unconditional feeling at all times. You just have free will and choice to live your life without hate, loving every day. It gotta be in you to come out. You gotta know what it is in you to come out. Why you be loving every day? I see hearts everywhere in everything. Simply because of the fact that I love you more than you love you, because I know the truth about everything. But I'm still learning some of the bullshit that y'all being taught to believe in. That's what I'm just saying. But I love you more than you love you, because the truth is in you come out to know that people are taught to be stupid. So knowing that they taught to be stupid, when they come to you being stupid, laugh at them. And if you really want to see exactly how stupid they are, ask them. Now what you said really made sense. Now let me say it back to you so you can say it to me and explain it to me so I can understand what you mean when you say what you said that don't make sense. Because when you explain it to me, come on now, that means that you know how much sense it made to you in order for you to take the time out to explain it to me so it can make sense. I'm just saying. Because if it don't make sense, you can't make it make sense, because you can't make it make a thing. But what makes sense will always make sense, because it will be something to create something with. It's just simple mathematics. I had to learn how to read all that.
You're either with us or against us, and multilateral institutions like the UN are incidental and irrelevant to the powers that be. That is the image we're sending to the world. That is what much of the world feels about this country right this minute.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack.
By our own government. Killed our own people. And y'all don't understand when I say that slavery happened, the Holocaust happened, Hiroshima happened, you hearing this here again, September 11th, that happened. We live in a circle of life, people. What goes around comes around. History repeats itself if you allow history to repeat itself when you let the same bullshit go around.
It's now reliably estimated that up to 10,000 civilians may have died in the attack on Iraq. Joe Wilding, a human rights observer in Baghdad during the bombing, saw the suffering.
I, two other observers, were being taken around the hospital by one of the doctors, and he was introducing us to some civilian casualties from the previous day. And he was called away to the emergency room. So he took us with him, and as we walked in, there was a woman, probably in her mid-30s, just screaming over and over, "We're farmers, we're farmers." And she had a little boy in her arms, and he was 4, his name was Mohammed, and the whole right-hand side of his face was cut up by shrapnel. And then there were other women in there was a little girl, and she was just screaming every time anyone moved her, screaming when they took her into the x-ray room, screaming when they brought her out again. And the doctor pulled back the covers and showed us this huge gouge out of her thigh, and they were trying to clean it, and they didn't have enough anesthetics or painkillers or anything, so she was just screaming and screaming as they tried to clean this wound. All of them were just in so much pain, and then Fataya, the youngest of the daughters, was 8, and she was killed in the bombing. And Franma was just stained with their blood, and just going from one to another, picking them up.
Why is it wrong for dictators and terrorists to kill innocent civilians, and right or excusable for the United States to do exactly the same?
Well, the United States doesn't do it, and if we did it, it would be as reprehensible as what the terrorists do.
The United States doesn't kill innocent civilians.
No, the United States does not target civilians.
In 5 years, nearly 1 million Americans have served military tours in Iraq. Their war experience have left some bitter and disillusioned about what they've seen and done there.
There's a term, once a Marine, always a Marine, but there's also the term, eat the apple, that's the core. I don't work for you no more.
At this conference of war veterans, some said they often witnessed cover-ups of the killing of unarmed civilians.
We would carry these weapons or shovels with us because in case we accidentally did shoot a civilian, we could just toss the weapon on the body and make them look like they were an insurgent.
My officers explicitly told me and my fellow Marines that if we felt threatened by an Iraqi presence, we should just shoot them, and the officers would quote-unquote take care of us.
The former soldiers and Marines said the official rules limiting force were routinely ignored or violated with the consent of their superiors.
We fired indiscriminately and unnecessarily at this building. We never got a body count, we never got a casualty count afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, things like that happen every day in Iraq. We react out of fear.
And they said videos they shot document their allegations of indiscriminate violence ordered by their commanders.
In this video, he states, "I think I just killed half the population of Northern Ramadi after that tape."
Is refusing to comment on a once secret sniper program being used in Iraq. It involves baiting suspected insurgents and then gunning them down at long range. CBS's David Martin reports.
Snipers on all sides are a fixture of this war. Iraqi snipers pick off any American soldier can draw a bead on. U.S. snipers lie in wait to catch insurgents in the act of planting roadside bombs. But some American snipers have taken it a step further, setting out pieces of bait such as detonating cords or rounds of ammunition and killing Iraqis who pick them up. Basically, we would put an item out there and watch it, the leader of a sniper team said in a sworn statement given in a case in which one of his men is charged with murder. If someone found the item, picked it up, and attempted to leave with the item, we would engage the individual. As I saw this as a sign they would use the item against U.S. forces. Gary Solis, who teaches the law of war, calls it illegal.
It doesn't take a lawyer to know that you can't kill civilians merely because they stop to pick up something that you've planted there.
Army officials insist bait is only used against genuine threats. It's set out at night in areas where insurgents are likely to operate.
Who knows for what purpose the individual is stopping to pick it up? There may be scavengers. They may want it for who knows what reason. That does not make them a lawful target.
There's a lot of studies and an examination of or facts on the ground that suggest indeed thousands. I mean, in Iraq at the moment, there are studies that are talking about 10,000. But I don't want to get into numbers, but certainly thousands seems a fair figure.
I don't know that that's true, and I don't accept the assertion.
If you ask an American student how many people died in Vietnam, he'll tell you 58,000. Because they've dismissed the 2, 3, maybe 4 million Vietnamese who were killed by the United States and its allies in that war. So this is an ongoing issue. Mr. Powell, Colin Powell, General Colin Powell, I think was quoted as having said he's not interested in civilian casualties in Afghanistan. It's not his concern. And that's the attitude, I think, of Iraq. Whether it's 5,000 or 10,000, it's really not an issue.
Well, I think Americans, like most people, are mostly concerned about their own countrymen. I don't know how many Iraqi civilians were killed, but I can assure you that the number is the absolute minimal that is possible in modern warfare. One of the stunning things about the quick coalition victory was how little damage was done to Iraqi infrastructure and how low Iraqi casualties were. And I think
that's quite high if it's 10,000 civilians.
Well, I think it's quite low if you look at the size of the military operation was undertaken.
It's practically an inevitability in war that there are going to be innocent people who get hurt, no matter how much care a professional military, a properly behaved military, puts into avoiding damage to non-combatants and to civilian infrastructure.
On April 18, 2006, I had my first confirmed kill. This man was innocent. I don't know his name. I called him the Fat Man. He was walking back to his house, and I shot him in front of his friend and his father. The first round didn't kill him after I hit him up here in his neck area. And afterwards, he started screaming and looked right into my eyes. So I looked at my friend who I was on post with, and I said, well, I can't let that happen. So I took another shot and took him out. He was then carried away by the rest of his family. It took 7 people to carry his body away. We were all congratulated after we had our first kills, and that happened to have been mine. My company commander personally congratulated me, as he did everyone else in our company. This is the same individual who had stated that whoever gets their first kill by stabbing them to death will get a 4-day pass when we return from Iraq. There was one incident where we got into a firefight just south of the government center, about 2,000 meters. We had no idea where the fire was coming from, and the way our rules of engagement were, pinpoint where the fire is coming from and throw a rocket at it. So with that being said, we still didn't know where the fire was coming from, and an 84mm rocket was shot into a house. I do not know if there was anyone in it. We do not know if that's where the fire was coming from, but that's what was done. This man right here was my 3rd confirmed kill. As you can see, he was riding his bicycle. Later on in the day, we went ahead and we had CBS Laura Logan with us, but she was with the other squad. And so she wasn't with us. So myself and 2 other people went ahead and took out some individuals because we were excited about the firefight we had just gone into, and we didn't have a cameraman or woman with us. With that being said, anytime we did have embedded reporters with us, our actions would change drastically. We never acted the same. We were always on key with everything, did everything by the books. The man on the bicycle, he was left in the street for about 10 minutes until we realized that we needed to leave where we were. And his body was dragged about 10 feet to the right of him, where his body was thrown behind a rock wall, and his bicycle was thrown on top of him.
We got into Iraq in November of 04, and I was there until November of 05. I served as a medic with Troop F, 2nd Squadron, 278th Regimental Combat Team. After we finished the EOD escort missions, we moved on to another mission, patrolling the Kendi Street area, which is right outside of the Green Zone. Kindy Street is a relatively upscale neighborhood. Some of the houses in the Kindy area would cost well over $1 million here in America. This area, from what we were told, had no violent activity at all up until the point we started patrolling this area. I remember we were out on a patrol one day, a dismounted patrol, and we were walking by a woman's house. She was outside in her garden doing some work. We had our interpreter with us, and our interpreter threw up his hand and said, "Salam alaikum," which is their greeting in Iraq. It means peace of God be with you. And he translated back to us what she said. She said, no peace of God be with you. She was angry and she was frustrated, and so we stopped, and our interpreter said, "Well, what's the matter? Why are you so angry? We're here protecting you. We're here to ensure your safety." And that woman began to tell us a story. Just a few months prior to this, her husband had been shot and killed by a United States convoy because he got too close to their convoy. He was not an insurgent. He was not a terrorist. He was merely a working man trying to make a living for his family. A few weeks after this man died, the Special Forces team got some intelligence that this woman was supporting the insurgency. And so they conducted a raid on her home, zip-tied her and her 2 children, threw them on the floor, and I guess her son was old enough to be perceived as a possible threat, so they detained him and took him away. For the next 2 weeks, this woman had no idea whether her son was alive, dead, or worse. At the end of that 2 weeks, the Special Forces team rolled up, dropped her son off, and without so much as an apology, drove off. It turns out they had acted on bad intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, things like that happen every day in Iraq. We're harassing these people. We're disrupting their lives.
بالنسبة لنا احنا مثلا قاعدين بلد نايمين بالبيوت نايمين بالبيوت يجون يكسرون البوق ياخذون مثلا ما عندنا اي شيء لا عندنا شيء لا حد يضرب لا عندنا سلاح لا شيء ياخذون ولدنا لا نقدر نطلع ناكل لا نقدر نشتري لا نقدر نشتغل وين ما نروح قدامنا يعني شلون نعيش.
That kind of thing where we're just harassing people unnecessarily is really kind of part of daily life there. And eventually we set up a proper checkpoint, and I was relieved and went back inside, and the Marines that were there were checking almost every car that came through, and they found a couple of guys that had a bag of cash in their back seat. And they detained them on suspicion, and we're like, all right, well, we're going to detain them and interrogate them. So they were zip-cuffed and hooded, and we brought them. I was told to go out and get them and pick them up, and so I picked them up in my Humvee, got the bag of cash, brought them back to the office where it was air conditioned, and sat them down, and was just keeping an eye on them. And then the interrogators got there, and they were like, why the heck are you guys being so nice to these people? They started roughing them up and throwing their heads against the wall and, preparing them for interrogation. And they dragged them out of the office, and apparently they got actually reprimanded on the outside of the office by one of our officers for engaging in that unnecessary behavior. And then they interrogated them, and they found out that there was no reason to detain them any further. And the bag of cash was about this big. It would have been a lot of American money, but Iraqi dinars, it was only about $10,000-$15,000. And so they let them go, just like that. I can tell you, that money wasn't intended for the insurgency beforehand. It was after that.
U.S. GIs antagonize sympathizers every day by searching them at random on the streets and in their homes.
They're going after people, Mujahideen or Muj, and they didn't have any idea which ones were the right ones. We're kicking in the locked doors, terrifying children, helicopter sweeps over their heads at night. Trying to calm the women and children while the men were dragged and separated out and completely humiliated in front of their families. In that culture, it's a very big deal to be treated with respect in front of your family, just as it is in ours. But in this, I mean, it can mean a lot of shame.
that the best guarantee of our security is that people everywhere in the world are allowed to live their lives in decency and freedom, that the knock on the door is not the knock on the door of the secret police, and that in the end, that freedom is what they want in Iraq, what people want everywhere, and what we should be giving them.
Hundreds and thousands of people from Baghdad, some of whom are leaders, some of whom are just in the wrong time in the wrong place.
أنا مسكوني بالذات يمن الإمكان اللي بيحكي عنهم الحرية والديمقراطية والأصولية مسكوني بهدلوني والله لو مية قاتليني أرحم مع إنه البداية.
The conditions in the airport and in Abu Ghraib are extremely bad. They constitute cruel and inhuman and degrading treatment. For the first few days, the detainees in the airport were surrounded by razor wire and they were kept under the open sun.
The most shameful moment came with the publication of a series of photographs depicting American soldiers inflicting all kinds of tortures on Iraqi prisoners. The so-called Abu Ghraib scandal shook the world.
On my last day, I decided to stop outside Abu Ghraib. Like the bridge, I passed it almost every day. I see the queues of people waiting outside grow. Just coming up to the edge of Abu Ghraib prison, and every day I see the queues grow longer. The Americans have detained more people. We estimate that there's something like 10,000 Iraqis being held.
The Pentagon maintained it was a problem limited to a few bad apples.
Our Army values of loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage are taught to our soldiers from the moment that they enter the training base. There's no question that potential consequences are serious, but we must not forget that these are a few among a great many others who are serving with great honor and sacrifice.
A woman approached me and asked if she could talk. She was too scared to show herself to the camera. She worked as a translator in the prison.
داخل السجن تعذيب جنسي، تعذيب جسدي، تعذيب نفسي، وطعام مو زين كلش يعني فكرة طلعت عليها شفتها وماتوا قسم واعرف اللي ماتوا كابينات قسم يعذبونهم وصاروا قسم عليهم مراوح وياهم مي بارد. السجون باردة الثلج ملابس ماكو زينة والنوم مالتهم بدون فراشات مجرد كانوا كلش ضعيف وبطانيات خفيفة بشكل أنا شفتها وأنا بعدها
Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld has been thoroughly interrogated by Senator McCain, himself a prisoner of war for 5 years in Vietnam.
What agencies or private contractors were in charge of interrogations? Did they have authority over the guards? And what were their instructions to the guards? The military intelligence people, as General Smith has indicated, were the people who were in charge of the interrogation part of the process. What were the instructions to the guards? That is what the investigation that I've indicated has been undertaken is determining. That's a very simple, straightforward question. Well, as Chief of Staff of the Army can tell you, the guards are trained to guard people. They're not trained to interrogate. They're not, and their instructions are to, in the case of Iraq, adhere to the Geneva Convention.
The suspicion instead is that this was an intentional violation of the Geneva Convention, based on the use of brutal force meant to show the world who was the new master to whom everyone else should pay obedience from now on. Many former military have denounced a widespread philosophy based on ethnic and racial superiority principles.
Race plays a larger role than most people would believe or want to believe. And there's this idea that Arabs and Muslims are against the United States, and therefore they're one monolithic entity that are our enemies. And that's a huge motivation for people on the ground to commit this kind of offensive.
أنا أرجو أن هاي تطلعها، لازم تطلعها. تطلعها كل العراقيين ترى مو هاينين، بس هم غيرة ما عندهم. لا عندهم غيرة ما يجون هنا ببلدنا. ما شلون النسوان الزلمة حكم عينة وقشروا عينة. وهذا الشيء لازم يتوصل. كل الفوج من نظر نتشدد على العالم. كان عرفت الحقيقة مالتك هنايا. وعرفناها هنا بالعراق.
Pulitzer Prize winner Seymour Hersh, who had denounced to the world the horrors of My Lai, later found that the torture techniques used in Iraq had been approved directly by Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld. A secret document named Copper Green described and encouraged techniques of physical restraint and sexual humiliation for the prisoners. The document suggested in particular the use of the fear of dogs, removal of garments, and forcing the prisoners for long periods of time in stressing positions.
I'd been told to stop filming and ordered to leave by the Americans. But at the perimeter fence, I was introduced to a man who was desperate to talk.
هاي ست معتقد جوا، صار لي 4 أيام بالضبط طالع. الحالة اللي شفناها جوا بدون أي سبب، بدون أي شيء جابونا وحطونا.
Could you tell me about the conditions?
لحد ما طلعت الأكل العراقي زفت. يجيب لنا يا خربان، يا دجاج فاسد، يا بيض فاسد، وتقوب لك العركات بيننا وبينهم، هن يضربونا بهاي الطلقات.
What's this? Bullets. They hit them. They shoot them with these bullets inside the prison. Plastic bullets.
بالعيد اللي فات عندنا 2 مقاطعها بالضبط. لبسوني كيس براسي ونقلوني من مكان لمكان بكيس ومشتت رجلي وايدي ولا اعرف شنو. اكثر من 6-7 مرات ضربوني. يا يضربك بعوده يا يضربك بيده، اكلك مشتت، تكرم تطب لك تواليت مشتت، واذا عجبه يوديك لتواليت، واذا ما عجبه ما يوديك لتواليت النهار كامله. اكو ناس حتى كانت تسويها على نفس المورا. اكل يقول لك تاكل ماكو اكل، تشرب يجي يجيب لك الماء هيك ويدبه قدامك، يا يدز لك مجنده ترزل عليك. يعني اشياء قد ما اذكر لك هسه اذكر لك مو بهالبساطه. وعلى شنو؟ كل شيء بالاخير كل شيء ماكو.
The relatives already knew what was happening to their loved ones inside. They were being tortured and raped in the name of freedom.
Sports Talk host on the college football voice of the South Sports Radio 680 The Fan and Laugh. Just want to say thanks to all of you for putting your lives on the line every day so that our freedoms can be preserved and the Iraqi people can face them for the first time.
And all the while, the hypocrisy doesn't even begin to explain us talking about freedom and democracy.
We won! It's over! America! We brought democracy to Iraq!
It is a joke.
And through the creation of wars, several things happen. First of all, the companies which manufacture the missiles, the guns, the bullets, the uniforms, and all of the paraphernalia to do with warfare all make huge profits.
The American military elite seems to respond to the recurring need of waging wars of conquest, both to increase the control of worldwide resources and to maintain a healthy and productive war industry that is among the most profitable altogether. It only makes sense that also the tanks, the submarines, and the military planes that are produced every day must be put to use within a certain amount of time, just like any other industrial product we consume. President Eisenhower, himself a former general, was among the first ones to foresee the dangers that permanent military industry could represent for this country.
I get tired of saying that defense is to be made an excuse for wasting dollars. I don't think we should pay 1 cent for defense more than we have to.
Before he left office in 1961, he gave a memorable speech that today appears as a lucid prophecy.
This conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes.
Because the two world wars in this century were funded, all sides were funded by the same people. Provable. The same people that funded the Allies in the Second World War and funded the Soviet Union also funded Hitler.
The Bush family, the equivalent of the American royal family. Prescott Bush. Does anybody know about Prescott Bush? Grandpappy Bush. The grandfather of the last Bush president.
Prescott was born into privilege and became extremely influential in business, intelligence, and politics. He helped establish the CIA out of the Army's Office of Strategic Services.
Prescott Bush was a member, the chairman of the Union Bank. This bank was financing the Nazis before, during, and even after America entered the war. An American bank with a Bush family member at the head of it was financing the Nazi war machine. After Americans entered the war, and American sons and daughters were off fighting the so-called Great War.
The Bushes have been sort of at the heart of the military-industrial complex since its very beginning, and that Prescott was involved in a firm that actually fronted for Nazi firms in America.
Not only that, but an American company, Union Oil, was providing an essential ingredient to the Nazis to be able to fly their planes. They could not carry out their operations with their Air Force without Union Oil providing them with essential ingredients.
In fact, Union Banking and its subsidiaries were seized by the United States government in October of 1942 under the Trading with the Enemy Act. After the war, the assets were returned. A few fines were paid, and it was swept under the rug for forgotten history.
Wow. This is a fact. The banksters who were behind all of this stuff financed each side of the war. They do this every time.
Every time.
You're being manipulated.
Why would someone want to fund all sides in a war? What is good is a war? Well, first of all, on one level, it makes vast amounts of money if you're lending money to all sides and you're also selling them lots of arms and all that stuff.
Once in the war, it was business as usual. In October 1966, President Lyndon Johnson lifted trade restrictions on the Soviet bloc, knowing full well that the Soviets were providing upwards of 80% of North Vietnam's war supply. Consequently, Rockefeller interests financed factories in the Soviet Union, which the Soviets used to manufacture military equipment and send it to North Vietnam. This is why the war went on so long. And the bottom line is this: the Vietnam War was never meant to be won, just sustained. This war for profit resulted in 58,000 American deaths and 3 million dead Vietnamese.
And through the creation of wars, several things happen. There is a culling of the male population. Since the 1950s, we've had several reports from think tanks that feed information into the European Union, the British government, and also the American government, which are recommending depopulation. And there's several plans which we believe have been put in motion right now.
The overlords of scientific dictatorship are ruthlessly prosecuting a war on our most defenseless. In December of 1974, the U.S. government made third world population reduction a central national security issue. The operation plan, titled National Security Study Memorandum 200, was simply a regurgitation of the British Commission on Population, created by King George VI of England in 1944, which openly stated that populous third world nations posed a threat to the international elite's monopoly of global power. Elected by a secretive group, the Georgia Guidestones are a testament to the elite's plan for a world religion, global laws, with a global court and army to enforce it. And set in stone, it is written that the population never rise above 500 million.
Depopulation should be the highest priority of foreign policy towards the Third World. Henry Kissinger, 1974.
There's the need for a new world order, but it has different characteristics in different parts of the world. Now, none of it may succeed this time, but this to me is sort of the outline by which someday, in the next few years, a solution will emerge.
By the 1970s, it was becoming increasingly clear that the population of Europe and white America was rapidly declining. Unless something was done, the expanding size of the population of third world nations would pose a serious threat to national security of Masonically controlled countries. Western consumer power and productivity would reduce, and as a result, they would be completely dependent on that of the third world population. Somehow, the gap between Western population and third world population had to be a bridge to restore Western supremacy, or more precisely, Masonic supremacy, at a global scale. In the 1970s, President Jimmy Carter commissioned the Global 2000 report. The findings of the report blamed virtually all of the world's problems on the population growth of non-white people. The report went on as far as recommending the elimination of at least 2 billion people in third world nations off the face of the earth by the year 2000 in order to restore Western supremacy. Interestingly enough, also in the 70s, the AIDS epidemic broke out, claiming huge amounts of life in third world nations, as well as amongst the growing black and Hispanic population of America. It was said that the virus originated from green monkeys in Africa and was later passed on to the local population through either acts of bestiality or through consuming them as food. From there on, AIDS spread like wildfire across the African continent and later on to the rest of the world, claiming millions of lives. However, the story was just a smokescreen. On June 2nd, 1988, the Los Angeles Times published an article refuting the idea that the human AIDS virus originated from green monkeys. It uncovered evidence that the DNA composition of AIDS was totally inconsistent with that of green monkeys. In fact, it could be proven that the AIDS virus could not be found anywhere in nature and could only have ever survived in the human biological system. If the virus did not exist anywhere in nature, the question is raised as to where exactly the virus all of a sudden stemmed from. On July the 4th, 1984, the New Delhi newspaper in India called The Patriot published an article making the first detailed charges of AIDS as being a counter-biological warfare agent. An anonymous American anthropologist was quoted, claiming that AIDS was genetically engineered at a U.S. Army biological warfare laboratory at Fort Detrick near Frederick, Maryland. Then on October 30th, 1985, the Soviet journal Lieutenant-Attorney Gazeta repeated the charges made by the Indian newspaper, making it an international controversy. All this, however, was easily passed off as a communist rhetoric by the Masonic West.
However, on October the 26th, 1986, the Sunday Express became the first Western newspaper to run a front-page story confirming the findings of the Indian and Soviet newspapers entitled AIDS Leaving Lab Shop. The outbreak of AIDS has been linked to vaccine programs around the world. The internationally respected London Times newspaper published an article at the front-page story on May 11, 1987 entitled Smallpox Vaccine Triggered AIDS. The article establishes a direct correlation between the smallpox vaccine administered by the World Health Organization to an estimated 50 to 70 million people in different Central African countries and the subsequent outbreaks of AIDS in those regions. The World Health Organization is the medical wing of the United Nations. The evidence suggests that AIDS is a genetically engineered virus spread through vaccination programs in third world countries, germ warfare against the innocent and the weak, aimed at eliminating an entire populace off the face of the earth. AIDS is nothing other than the modern-day final solution, and all of this for the purpose of installing an economic policy that will give complete global domination to the Masonic West.
Prominent University of Texas biologist Dr. Eric Bianca, while receiving an award from the Texas Academy of Science, said the worldwide AIDS pandemic was, quote, no good, it's too slow, and went on to laud the virtues of Ebola because it would kill 90% of the world population quickly.
Ebola, its own discoverer, calls it a spectacular virus, one of the most lethal, and now out of control in West Africa, according to Médecins Sans Frontières, where the deadliest outbreak on record is spreading like wildfire. And it is gruesome. Most of those who get it will die through uncontrollable bleeding, as hundreds are now succumbing in Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. As President Ellen Johnson calls this a national emergency, physicists from across the continent are urgently gathering in Ghana right now to figure out how to try to combat this crisis.
Now, Ebola is another man-made disease, virus. A whole bunch of man-made up bullshit.
When his statements erupted into a national controversy, his graduate students defended him, stating that Bianca was too conservative and that all humans should be killed. But most frightening was the fact that in a crowd of over 1,000 prominent scientists, local newspapers reported that 95% of those in attendance gave Bianca sustained standing ovations every time he extolled the virtues of mass-killing microbes and man's destruction.
What do you say, my friend? What do you say, my friend? Yeah, you filming? I see you filming. I say, are you filming? Man, what you be on here for? You just be on here just on here.
It's not improving the heredity of the compound to further
I mean, you be on here to say you don't know be filming.
Nobel Prize winner Russell linked about how vaccinations filled with mercury and other brain-damaging compounds that induce partial chemical lobotomies and develop survival zombies.
Diet, injections, and injunctions will combine from a very early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs that the authorities consider desirable, and any serious criticism of the powers that be will become psychological medicine. President Russell.
And now for a really big announcement from Sid the Science Kid.
Thanks, announcer guy, but I'm too excited. You tell them the big news.
Okay.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
Sid and his friends are...
Wait,
I'll get back to it then.
They're special nurses coming to give us shots at school. Guess who it is? It's me, Grandma. And you're invited too. See you soon, scientists.
Kissinger-authored U.S. plan targeted 13 key countries where massive population reduction was called. Kissinger recommended that IMF and World Bank loans be given on condition that nations initiate aggressive population control, such as sterilization. Kissinger also recommended that food be used as a weapon, and that instigating wars was also a helpful tool in reducing population.
There you go.
The information you are about to witness from all of my years of research is the most important. It's been hidden in plain view the entire time. This is the ultimate secret. It's about to be exposed. I have hundreds of government documents, textbooks, white papers, where for over 80 years, the elite of the Western world have talked about adulterating food and water to sicken and sterilize the population for the purpose of eugenics. It's all covered in the book Eco-Science, written by the White House science czar John P. Holdren. They talk about a planetary police state carry out the forced sterilization. They also talk about overt systems in the water and food to sterilize the population. Now, this was written decades ago, before he was White House science czar. Now suddenly, stuff in this book is all over the news. They're selling it to the public as if it's a good thing. You see here before you what an average person would buy when they went shopping at the store. Not everything here is bad food, but much of it has compounds and artificial chemicals that have been added that are extremely toxic and bad for your health. And they have known this the entire time, and they have approved them for use.
There are often hard to pronounce chemicals and unnecessary substances added to the food supply, which has many people wondering why they are even added in the first place.
If not negative on this thing, modern food technology has the answer. Grab all you want. We got coupons. Hey, let's get some ice cream. How about this one?
That's all it is.
Ingredients. Zinc trisodium aspartate, sorbitol and bisulfate, oxide beta-carotene,
What you say?
carrot bean. Milk and
Hey, y'all like that, man?
phenalkylide simmer, deoxyline, lots of sugar. Synthetic salt, artificial polymorphism, and folic acid, oxygen, sodium glutamate, dehydrated calcium, soybean oil, water, and carbohydrates, all that.
I've been talking all morning, man. I've been talking all morning. All morning. And I don't even much call it morning. I just call it morning to say that there. I've been talking all day since day 3. The reason why I've been talking about it, because when you sit there and you look at things, if it don't make motherfucking sense and you can't motherfucking explain how it makes sense, it's stupid. So when you sit there and you think about everything people believe in, and they see that getting on your knees saying, "Our Father who art in heaven," when there is no Father in heaven, when you're looking at Father God, He did this for me, He did that for me, and then He got the whole world in His hands. The only way to the Father is through the Son. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Where the fuck is the woman, man? So like I said again, that's a twist. I know you don't believe you came from no motherfucking rib of no motherfucking man. There can't no motherfucking woman come from no rib of no motherfucking man. All it was put to be where it's at right now. A man wants to be better than a motherfucking woman.
This is being done by design. It's also very, very addictive. But let's just go ahead and move away from aspartame and talk
But like
about
I said again, bro, people stuck on stupid don't want to be straight because you know they're straight gonna show that they've been stupid for a long time. A lot of people just don't want to see themselves looking in the mirror being that stupid. But hey, I'm stupid with them. Simply because that you being stupid is really me being stupid when me is the upside down M-E being the W-E being we as all one conscious million people living here together. Knowing that if we had any type of problem, we can solve that bitch when you know that we playing Grand Theft Auto on motherfucking line together. Nah.
In the Nuremberg trials, it came out that the Nazis were adding sodium chloride to the water supply in the labor camps and death camps to make the population more docile and controllable. There had been hundreds of university studies before Hitler even came to power. This is a form of forced medication. They admit that 1 part per million of sodium fluoride more than doubles the chance of bone cancer in boys and men. Both became educated in the last few decades. The government and industry's response was to not just put it in water, but to start adding it to thousands of products, like children's water that's mixed with their formula.
Boys, you want to call back? About to bring some right now.
As much as 900 parts per million in things like powdered eggs. It causes reductions in IQ. It increases sterility or lack of fertility. And it's being added to so many of the daily staples that we consume.
Got to make that call ride like a bike.
More than 85% of the corn now consumed in the United States, it's also starting to trend that way in Europe and Canada, is genetically engineered. It grows its own pesticide in the corn kernels so that insects...
I guess he stopped from driving.
If the insects can't eat this and live, what do you think's going to happen when lab rats or humans eat it? We have literally hundreds of studies showing not just Monsanto's, but other major GMO companies' corn. If the majority of corn now being grown in the United States has been linked to organ failure in lab animals. The studies also show massive increases in sterility in rats and guinea pigs that are fed not just GMO corn, but GMO cotton seeds. Studies in India, Germany, and the United States have conclusively shown that when they feed the cotton seeds left over from the cotton crop from these genetically modified varietals, that the cows are having miscarriages, they are having low birth rates, or in many cases, they're simply dying.
You hear about that food y'all eat, huh?
Genetically modified cotton seeds. Major studies are
some of that food you eat, though. I don't eat that shit y'all eat. Boy, I don't eat no motherfucking chicken, no cow, or no pig. I don't eat nothing that can breathe, shit, bleed, and die like I do. You need to run, bro, when you find out that shit almost died before they killed it to get to you. And it almost died, not a natural cause, it almost died because it was sick and it was dying, but they killed the kid to you before it died. Hey, I'm just giving you the truth, dog. Fuck all that bullshit, nigga. I'm happy when it changed you and you changed with it. Like I said again, that sounds real good to probably you. It sounds real bad to that cow. And what I'm gonna want a hamburger for? You eating a cow and it's called hamburger. Did you ever think about that? Yeah. You eat a cow and what you eat is called a hamburger. And you can't get ham out of cow, you can only get ham out of pig, but they're just showing you exactly what's all mixed up in that shit. Come on, that bottom feeder, dog. Anybody dead that somebody killed that they want to expose the body, they throw it in the water, dog. When the body sits in the water long enough, it decomposes, dog. And then the fish do what, dog? The fish eats up, dog, because they clean up everything in the bottom of the ocean. Dog, I say if I can't make sense right off of saying it to you, it can't make sense because it don't make sense and we can't make it do. Now why this? The only reason why you can't survive on plants is because you was taught to eat animals. You see? Now if I want you to get the texture of some chicken, now watch this. You can lay up there and put the seasoning that you put on chicken on mushroom. You can take the seasoning that you put on chicken and put it on mushroom. You see what I'm saying? Because then you'll feel like you're eating meat. Until you can get waved off of this shit to know that you're not eating a dead carcass. Because think about it. Hey, bro, but the truth is the truth, dog. Come on, dog, the truth is the truth. Watch how your brain starts to change once you start eating everything that you come from. The earth, dog. You ain't supposed to be eating something that runs, piss, shit, and bleed, and breathe, and die like you do there on the earth. You know like I know, it had life too. It wanted to live too. But all I can say to you is this, dog. I can't do nothing but tell you the truth. And the truth is you live in a circle of life, right? That means that this circle gonna go on no matter if we in it or not, right? But if you live in the circle of life, that means that you ain't gonna never come out of it. So when you die, listen carefully now. So when you die, you think about how you live. If you lived here with hands to do something, to change some shit for something good, but didn't do it because you could, but you just didn't want to. When you come back here to this world, you might come back to this world not as a baby boy or a baby girl, but as some animal that has to run from shit that's gonna eat you. Yeah. Because if you think that there is a heaven and there is a hell, you think about it like this here. Where could they house all the people that's supposed to be there? That makes sense. That's what I'm talking about, because they were supposed to confuse you on that, because that's what they taught you to believe in. Wasn't that the one you were taught to believe in as a kid, that there's a hell? Wasn't you taught that the hell is burns people for eternity? And didn't they say that that's what God do to bad people? See? That shit ain't had nothing to do with the Creator, dog. It had everything to do with man-made up bullshit. To give you something to fear in so you don't do what you have to do to live, but to live in truth, knowing that you don't have to hurt nobody to get nothing. Yeah. And if anybody wants to protest what we do or violate what we want, we just turn off their chat. 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 My girl sitting in her office, dog. I'm doing a mission while we talking, dog. I'm doing about to do a mission while we talking. What I'm gonna do is, what I'm gonna do is while we doing a mission on here. Oh, well, I might well.
Intermediary step before the card is equipped with a very chip iiWii tracking module, which will use radio frequencies to track your every move on credit. Please note that the RFID tracking chip is already in all EU American passports. And the final step is the implanted chip, which many people have already been manipulated into accepting under different features.
They have to find a better way to identify the bad guys, or the rest of us are going to stay home and watch the world go by on television. But we need some system for permanently identifying safety. Most of us are never going to blow anything up, and there's got to be something like photo ID, a tattoo somewhere. I wouldn't mind having somebody plant it permanently in my arm so you can identify them.
I'm about to bring her in here with this one.
If they stop flying,
yeah. I'm about to bring her in here to make some money. Send her an invite.
We saw what you just implied. We're without fire if we don't take the microchip. Do you know how to keep your children safe? We'll tell you tonight.
In the next year, you'll be able to use
and she coming in dressed just like him.
24/7. Younger children will get a small global positioning device hidden in their wristwatch or backpack. And just around the next high-tech corner, an electronic chip like this that can be implanted under your kid's skin.
Yahoo News reports that microchips will be implanted into healthy people sooner than you think. Thousands of Americans with medical devices, pacemakers, which are inserted into cochlear implants, etc., etc. But now, people are focusing on implantable technology for healthy people. One of the reasons is that we can see ways to make our lives easier. It's so hard to pull out your wallet,
I see it.
Figure out, do some math in your head when you need to buy something. It's so hard to pull your keys out of your pocket and remember which key opens the door. It's just painless. Hey, Obama can't pay for it. After all, still get a BIOS stand.
Oh, he just kicked her out. Damn. I was in discussion about my damn show. I ain't going in there. I want to wait.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels? It's coming at you.
Getting a radio frequency identification device implanted into your body is less invasive than some other forms of ID, according to this Orwellian Fox News article. Oh, I just figured it's less invasive than having a neural interface wired into your brain. Make it less invasive. Some other forms of identification distraction.
Yeah, get you myself with the damn children. I was in discussion by myself.
The RFID tag is useful.
Not no more. She's fucking with you.
You're probably familiar with the RFID tag.
I'm gonna bring her back in. As soon as I do this one. Oh, the helicopter shot past your fans. No, I see he shot past your fans. I get ready to shoot it. That motherfucker just went chong. Get everybody in here. I don't need nobody. I don't need nobody alive because they got a guy that says that killing the AIs are just like killing people with names over their head. Ain't no preaching here, little daddy. A preacher get paid for that bullshit he's talking about. I'm giving you the truth for fucking free, so you can know it for yourself. I ain't trying to give nothing out there for free, so you know it for yourself. Once you know the truth, dog, shit, you don't have to believe nothing else from nobody else. Because once you know the truth, it's in you to come out. That makes you a powerful motherfucker, right or wrong. But you a dumb motherfucker, tell the truth. But guess what? We were all taught to be stupid. Am I right or wrong? Exactly, little young. You be on the game too long. I do not know. That dude, the other dude. Yeah. See, you ain't got no age on you, so you can be stupid. See, you can be stuck on. Yeah, you can be stuck on stupid and don't want to be straight because you're a young, stupid dude that don't want to be straight. But we all stupid. But I'm straight. I'm straight. Straight as an arrow shot at target on the middle. Straight as a ray that can cut a health article down the middle. Because I don't believe in no bullshit that was taught to me as a fucking kid. Shit, we were taught some bullshit.
Many people are aware that the Bush administration engaged in warrantless wiretaps on American citizens. What they don't understand is that it's come out in court that all the major telecommunications companies have been secretly storing every piece of data received from our phones and our computers and handing them over to the national security agency. Big Brother Orwellian issue is the fact that the content, the audio of all phone calls is recorded in sync. Not just a record that we all on the call out. No. I'm talking about the audio. Every single phone call, virtually in the world, recorded, stored, and can be accessed using dictionary keyword searches. And this information has been out in the public. At this point, it hasn't been reported in the mainstream. It leaks out little bits and pieces here and there by certain people who then come to get a visit. Some of the men in black threatening them or their family, their children, telling them to shut up. People like this guy.
You spend too much time in my wife's face, man. Leave my wife on session by herself.
Who, after the Boston bombing, let it slip.
I'm trying to tell you, see my every time I bring my wife into the session, you be all in her face and shit.
Well, there's no way that we can get the
I'm talking about my other character too, nigga. Shit.
So they can actually, people are saying, look, that is incredible. When this is, no, welcome to America. All of this stuff is being captured as we speak, whether we know it or not. Of course, you're supposed to have a warrant with probable cause and reasonable suspicion of a crime that is believed to have been or about to be committed. But the fact that billions of phone calls are recorded, have been recorded. What's the NSA in a very particular so Edward Snowden has very few people have this proof. It's one thing to be saying, it's another thing to actually
John O'Flynn. Microphone disconnected. Button. Square button. View text chat. Home school. Grand Theft Auto 5.
But most people, I would have to say quite naively, think, well, if I'm not doing anything wrong, why does it matter? Because in closing society, you don't have to have done anything wrong. If it's a surveillance apparatus, they can listen in, and they
I'm about to turn this shit off.
Through the surveillance tools that they use. The secret police kept everyone in.
Now, what I'm listening to on the side of that, what I'm listening to on the side of that is what I've been telling y'all so far about the Holocaust, the slavery, the motherfucking Hiroshima bomb being dropped, September 11th, all this false flagging bullshit. Don't worry, those plastic containers, they ain't got those plastic containers for nothing, and they ain't moving around all this artillery for nothing. We can continue being stupid ass people just constantly playing the game like when the grill go off, what the fuck we gonna do then? Ain't gonna be able to play no game then.
For a year and a half, every time I would I would get a boarding pass, and it would have a quadruple S high security vet. And they would take me
Not me.
and do that whole extra security. And I kept asking
Oh, I don't know what the fuck they trying to do. They put me all the way in story mode. I'm looking at I'm looking at what his name is Mike.
How was Nazi Germany able to round up
Listen.
so many people quickly? Because they mechanized the list. Again, how did Pinochet manage to round up mass arrests? Mass arrests are always a hallmark of the closing of the
What that dude doing?
So I researched it. And it turns out that as of July of 2008, there were over 1 million Americans on the watch list. 20,000
1 million acres. Now, there can't possibly be 1 million terrorists in the United States. We know, for example, that lots of famous people are on that list, like Nelson Mandela. Cusack, who was anonymous, lots of people.
highly decorated
like dying.
Vietnam War veteran served his country bravely, criticized the Iraq War.
The one that's free?
The manipulation of information
Nope.
brings the American public into acceptance and proving of a war.
Cause everybody got it, bro. Cause everybody got it, man. See, the whole thing about the game, bro, is to see exactly who's gonna follow what the game wants you to do. I keep something free, let's see who gonna take it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Never have my answers. You're all mine. They're all yours. You know, it's an inconvenience.
Man, I broke down and cried and everything earlier today, dog.
So that people consider become too private to do this.
The secret room at AT&T contains gear which enables the government to look at every individual message on the internet and analyze exactly what people are doing. Here's another document. It mentions a company called Naris. Naris makes computer software that can swallow and analyze 10 gigabytes of information every second. It means it will go through all the information from all the books in the Library of Congress in a little over 15 minutes.
The documents Klein and others were able to produce were then censored by the NSA.
Merriweather, for all your private security needs. How can I help?
Where's they gonna come from? You hide behind the coat.
Helicopter support unit will be with you right away.
Yep. Because Mayweather coming. So as soon as you start sniping them, I'm gonna wait for Mayweather to come. Because as soon as they start coming towards them, Mayweather gonna take them out.
Okay, show us who's annoying you.
Yeah. What? Hide behind the coat. No, don't worry about it. Just hide behind the coat. Now look what Mayweather's doing. Yep. Yeah. Mayweather ain't gonna let us give too close to her. You gonna kill them all. I told you my girl, she don't be killing nobody, man. She let that thing get everybody killed, then she walk on to, because she's a lady. She gotta go to her car, whatever she gotta go get, and then she getting her shit free. But I don't think they're gonna be able to kill all these motherfuckers. Yeah. That's what they get paid for. We rich, man. See? Now we can walk over, we just squat. Yeah. But hold on, they popping back up. They popping back up. Oh, I know that. I told them they might should be like a movie, nigga. Oh, they about to kill me. Yep.
And Cassidy's the White House regulations has written 2 white papers saying this. The system is discredited.
See, look, see, I get in the truck, and that's us I drive over the truck, heading home. Mayweather got my back.
Because no one believes them anymore about greenhouse gas. Climate gate
What's on all the ends of the body of the very game?
Bailout hoaxes, the government health care hoaxes. The people are awake. And so Northcom and Homeland Security are mirroring what's happening in England, Australia, and Italy, and coming in with flight surveillance and an attempt to set up Internet 2 to restrict free speech. Time Magazine is calling for restricting free speech right now. So
yeah, that'd be Mayweather, but he ain't shooting at you.
Western democracies are falling into Hitlerian or almost Leninist censorship and tyranny.
I know it trips you out to say that I can't read or write, and I do all the shit that I do. I know it do. They do that to everybody, bro, because they don't believe it. Nobody is believing what I'm telling them, bro. But like I say again, they believe the bullshit that was taught to them. How they can't believe that I went in the hospital, I died in the hospital, and I came out. So I'm like, what the fuck? I'm here. It'd be different if I wasn't here, huh? So you gonna drive a plane? Cause I would get ready to go fly an airplane on top of it. Okay, I got it. We don't need to land the plane crashing it. I can tell you this and drive the other plane. Oh no, you can't drive because I was gonna let you land on top of this bad boy, and I was gonna drive both of them. All right, no problem. You good? Because my whole thing is this here, bro. If you ask yourself the question, or just ask an older person the question, why? Why was you lied to about Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy? From there, you gotta say, if you lied to me after telling me don't lie to you, and I was the kid that's supposed to be learning all the truth from you telling me the truth, but you started me off by telling me some fucking lie, what else I was lied about, man? What it is, what it is.
Look, guys, obviously this is no coincidence. The question remains, where are all these news stations getting this stuff from? Well, there are affiliate news stations that packages and scripts to hundreds of stations around the country. Read the canned stories with the generic script. Now, you might look at this and say, it's just indicative of how lazy local news can be. But consider the implications of this kind of reporting for 1 second. Say it wasn't an Easter bunny, and rather the story being mindlessly regurgitated was about a virus, a terrorist attack, or a report on war casualty counts. The bottom line is that people who watch the news tend to trust this information that then influences their perception and decisions. So feed anchors ask no questions, do no fact-checking, and hold no different interpretation of the news they're delivering is not only absurd, it's downright dangerous.
You know, in the last days of the Soviet Union, you had dozens of newspapers, dozens of magazines, all kinds of radio.
Yo, and where your boat at? Fly over your boat right there.
All the Communist Party
Put it on my show.
The government of the Soviet Union. We are moving in that direction.
There's an illusion of choice that's maintained when you can have 100 channels in your cable system and how many movies do the studios release a year now? All of these different studios and the music industry, so many ways, and magazine fans that go on and on and on forever. Well, the owners are
90% of the top cable channels are owned by the same giants that own the TV networks and cable systems. More channels are great, but when they're all owned by the same people, cable doesn't enhance openness and afford diversity and competition. And those who believe the internet alone will save us from this fate should realize that the dominating internet news sources are controlled by the same media giants who control radio, TV, newspapers, and cable.
That's why they ban me off all these countries and shit. That's why they cut my shit off and mute my shit and make my shit leave and shit. But I'm like, shit.
The human mind is like a computer. No matter how efficient it may be, its reliability is only as great as the information fed into it. If it is possible to control the inputs of the human mind, then no matter how intelligent a person may be, it's entirely possible to program what he will think. And yet, it's even possible to program people to laugh at the mere mention of the word conspiracy.
Using television as a prime example of how mental programming and mind control works, television is the most powerful weapon of psychological warfare in history. And yet, television, for many people, is a member of family in the household.
The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed. Our minds are molded. Our tastes are formed. Our ideas suggested, largely by men we've never heard of. This is a logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized.
And I also mentioned, too, that a fellow that has been in touch with me for an awful long time, his brother was in the CIA. Now, it is in the CIA. He would never talk about the CIA to him. He never did anything believe whatsoever. He said one bit of advice. He said, never watch the television. Never watch the television. It's the biggest scientific indoctrination tool ever devised. Haven't you figured that out? It's changed the whole culture of nations, not just one nation. Why do you think it was mandatory that everybody in Britain have access to televisions by the government? Why do you think China is under the same program that we're under the TV right now? Because of the government of Kim. Do you really think that? And India's on the same route as well right now too. Most of your ideas and your opinions and how you emulate, because you emulate things, you mimic what you see. As Charles Dalton, Darwin and others have said in the past. It becomes you become it. And that's what's happened. It's been very, very, very successful. Never watch the television. You can't watch a movie unless you do it critically. If you watch it critically, not there to enjoy it. Remember what they say, it's your emotions that get you on. And center of woven all these emotional opinions all through movies. You're played like a harp. And they embed ideas into you, along with the movies. And predictive programming too. So you accept that which is still to come. And you'll behave the same way as the characters in the movie when it comes. Oh well, what can you do? I just watch music and television. You're given a mind of your own.
So we're on sound waves. These batteries that come out of the cable box. That come out of the TV.
There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks. It's the same reason that will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. But of course, be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you.
Saw what he did.
They own everything. They own all the important land.
I think you saw what he did when you jumped out. Y'all must have talked about it before he did it. Yeah, he popped in with a helicopter and rolled up and down the plane.
To get what they want. And we know what
I was flying the plane, I'll get ready to land it. Yeah, he flashed across the plane. But he did it right after you jumped out.
What they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, but just dumb enough to passively accept all the usually jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, the action that disappears the minute you go to collective. And now they're for your Social Security money. They want the retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all. Because they own this. It's a big club. You ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they used to beat you over the head with all day long. They tell you what to believe. All day long, beat you over the head in the media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. Nobody sees the numbers. Nobody sees the game.
You must wake up. More now enslaved.
Did Hitler get elected on Monday and start throwing people into ovens on Friday? No, it was a gradual process.
LJT here. Just got.
Start to write newspaper articles. Everything that was going wrong was the Jews' fault. They're the ones that caused all these problems. Did the Jews write their own newspaper articles? No, I disagree. So then the Jews had to wear the Star of David so we can tell who you are. Did they say, no, that's a violation of my privacy. I don't have to tell you. No. The Jews decided, well, it's a religious symbol. We love God. We should be proud to wear the Star of David. Eventually, the Jews came in and they broke all of the windows in all of the Jewish businesses in one weekend. The Saturday night was known as Crystal Night, which is German for Night of Glass. Did the Jews rise up and say, "Oh, damn it, you're violating my property. You shouldn't do that"? No. Gosh, we don't want to make the Germans any madder than they already are. Don't piss them off. They've got guns. Eventually, the Germans are loading them up into cattle trailers on the train. Where do you think you're going, on vacation? Where do you think they're going to take you? Well, now you're cold and naked, and they're walking you into the ovens where you're going to go to mass execution. Is it time now to raise your hand and say, you know, I tend to disagree with all this? Bang! You're dead. It's too late to complain. You should have complained in the beginning, when you at least had a chance. How bad do things have to get before you do something? Do they have to take away all your property? Do they have to license every activity that you want to engage in? Do they have to be throwing you on cattle cars before you start to say, now wait a minute, I don't think this is a good idea? How long is it going to be before you finally resist and say, no, I will not comply? Period.
I'm here for you.
Sooner or later, you got to draw a line.
Your helicopter will be with you directly.
Whether anybody else does or not.
You are not our queen. You are not our kings. You are not our gods. We do not belong to you. We are not your slaves. We stand as free humans that stood from the beginning of time against the strong men, against the thugs, against the bullies. We will defeat your world government. We will defeat world taxation. We will defeat border control grid.
It's like being a puppet, sir. You like being a puppet for the New World Order.
How do the American people know that 9/11 wasn't staged, wasn't engineered by you, David Rockefeller, the Trilateral Commission, the CFO, and Bilderberg Group, sir? How do you know it wasn't staged? Okay. It's a question. Answer my question. You're a CFR scope. You are a CFR New World Order scope. You and David Rockefeller never had a New World Order.
Try to stop him from asking questions.
Brzezinski is responsible for it. 9/11 is an inside job. You are responsible for Brzezinski. You will never get a New World Order. Never. National sovereignty will prevail. The New World Order is going down, sir. You can laugh. Wake up, people. Wake up. Research the New World Order. This is important. Look it up. Investigate it.
How did you let this happen? Wake up out there. You know, it's your children. Don't you care? Look what these people are doing to you.
All I know is that first, you've got to get mad.
New World Order is a global system where one small central authority of individuals can then dictate a policy that's going to be distributed down to the rest of the world, everywhere, in the smallest little town in the middle of nowhere.
They believe that somebody must rule. After all, people are just don't know how to rule themselves.
These guys to run the planet.
Who do we owe the money to exactly? Do we ever think about that? Who do we owe the money to? I'll tell you who we owe the money to. The Rothschilds, the Oppenheimers, the filthy rich banksters that are running this system, that our corrupt prostitute politicians gave the power to these tyrants to do.
I am Lucifer.
They define Lucifer for me.
Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people.
Lucifer is?
Yeah.
Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy,
virtuous.
Now, see the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
The problem is created secretly. You then use the media, which isn't difficult, to wind up public opinion in relation to your manufactured problem, then openly, in the public arena, in the parliaments of the world, in the newspapers and on the television, offer the solutions to the problems they have created.
This is a fact. The banksters who are behind all of this stuff finance inside of the war. They do this every time. You're being manipulated.
That kind of thing where we're just, harassing people unnecessarily.
Dr. Eric Young, while receiving an award from the Texas Academy of Science, said the worldwide AIDS pandemic was, quote, no good, it's too slow, and went on to laud the virtues of Ebola because it would kill 90% of the world population quickly.
In the end, everybody will be locked into a monitored control grid where every single action you perform is documented. And if you get out of line, they can just turn off your chip. At that point in time, every single aspect of society will evolve around interactions with the chips. This is the picture that is painted for the future if you open your eyes to see it.
a centralized one-world economy where everyone's moves and everyone's transactions are tracked and monitored, all rights removed.
What they don't understand is that it's come out of
Nobody wasn't killing
all
till
the
you
major
came in here.
telecommunications companies
So everybody
are
should just
secretly
kill you.
storing every piece of data received from our phones and our computers and handing them over to the National Security Agency.
90% of the top cable channels are owned by the same giants that own the TV networks and the cable systems. More channels are great, and they're all owned by the same people. Cable doesn't advance localism, editorial diversity, and competition. And those who believe the internet alone will save us from this fate should realize that the dominating internet news sources are controlled by the same media giants who control radio, TV, newspapers.
I'm not going to drink this anymore!
Black limousines with darkened windows converted to a hotel with private security guards imposed ironclad control. The limos carried royalty, political power brokers, and industrial titans to a secret meeting that will last all weekend. It's known as the Bilderberg Group. Could their objective be world domination?
We are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its stakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silent, not praised.
Here we are, friends. Out of these troubled times, our 50th a new world order can emerge, a new era.
Talk to these stupid fucking people. Talk to believe in some bullshit. We'll never talk to real people.
We lost now.
Why do you believe in what you believe in? You can't say nothing more than, damn, I was taught to believe in this shit. But it is what it is. you become an adult from a child. Even the Bible said this. You got some lying bullshit in it too. Even the Bible said this. Because we leave childish things alone. Adult. We grew up with games, video games, so that's not something that we drop once we become an adult. The truth is what you search for. And you should be able to see, to know, to feel for sure what a lie really is. Because you should be old enough to know the difference. You should be old enough to realize what makes sense and what don't make sense. But when you think about it, what don't make sense, basically if you cannot explain it, for it to make something out of it making sense, if you just say that I believe in something that don't make sense and you can't, like I said, explain it for someone to understand, to overstand, to understand, to get that shit is some bullshit that you was taught that was stupid. That's why you cannot explain it. That's why you cannot give it its truth. Because it don't have nothing to stand on. The truth is just that, the truth. I ain't got no time to explain with you. I love you more than you do. That's why I tell y'all the truth all the time. When it comes down to the divine, it's always on your mind. You have life. You have free will. You have the choices. It is very good. A lot of y'all just stuck on stupid, don't want to be straight because straight gonna show that y'all been stupid for a long time. Y'all just don't want to see yourself looking like that in the mirror. Yeah, I said love one breath. Into love, divine, freedom, all that there is.
grandparents followed him. Public relations has mushroomed into a $200 billion a year industry, with PR flags in the United States now outnumbering journalists. Propaganda has become the primary means by which the wealthy communicate with the rest of society. Whether selling a product, a political candidate, or love, or selling to the powerful deliver messages to the public before consulting their parents. Corey Powell, presenting that typical case, he didn't choose a seasoned diplomat for the position of Undersecretary of State. Instead, he chose Charlotte Hughes, known in PR circles as the Queen of Nationality. Her resume includes successful advertising campaigns for Head and Shoulders Dental Shampoo,
Wow.
Uncle Ben's Rest,
Wow.
and now Uncle Sam.
You see a news show like 60 Minutes, a Fox program, or whatever it is, they tend to give more credibility to what you quote as journalism. If advertisement comes on, that's being used to be skeptical of that, because obviously it's being put an awful lot of money into drafting this idea genuine. But what you find with another system is that the news station is also crafted by the company, given to the TV station network with the understanding that they would put their own logos on it, identify it as real journalism, and air it.
Colonel Sam Gardner would eventually chart 50 false news stories created and leaked by the Bush White House propaganda apparatus prior to and during the assault on Iraq. Foremost amongst these were the lies that led to the war in the first place. It was not bad intelligence that led to the invasion, concludes Gardner. It was an orchestrated effort that began before the war and was meticulously planned to manipulate the public.
In 2002, when the Bush administration was conducting its massive public relations campaign to sell the war, out of Donald Rumsfeld's office in the Pentagon, there was something now referred to as the Pentagon Pundits program, where literally scores of former high-ranking military generals and generals were getting their talking points for their appearances on TV news shows directly from the Pentagon. They would literally go to the Pentagon, do phone conferences with the Pentagon, travel with the Pentagon, and then go on TV as supposedly independent sources. Although most of them were actually employed in the private sector because these were retired military officials, as defense contractors. Many of them were actually registered lobbyists for military contractors. So there's a bit of a conflict of interest right away when your judgment is based on being able to sell implementing bombs and missiles, and you're supposed to be just very patriotic, exterminated, and honest, you know what's going on. And even though that's illegal, there's no way to really stop it. And the most powerful medium through which it occurred refuses to be reported in the scandal. You've got just a massive problem. And that's where we're at.
There were clear warning signs long before the age of the internet. During the assault on Syria under President Clinton, a report published by the Dutch journalist Philip de Waal revealed the presence of cyber warriors working with Syria. They derived from the 3rd Psychological Operations Battalion at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. De Waal quoted Major Thomas Collins of the Women's Army Information Service. PSYOPs personnel, soldiers, and officers have been working with CIA headquarters in Atlanta throughout February, training with industry. They help in the production of news. What made the Iraq War different were not so much the tactics or even the skill, but the high-tech synergy. It was almost impossible to tell what the state ended and what the state began.
One of the things that we don't want to do is to destroy the infrastructure of Iraq, because in a few days we're going to own it.
Should they have used more? Should they, use Moab, the mother of all bombs, use daisy cutters, and, let's not just stop at a couple of cruise missiles?
The invasion of Iraq represents a pinnacle of domestic cyber in the United States. unparalleled integration between public relations firms, corporate media, and wartime science. At the time of the assault, large segments of the American public were convinced that a nuclear attack by Saddam Hussein on their nation was not only possible, but imminent. Soldiers who comprised the invading force were similarly confused, with a remarkable 77% believing that Hussein was responsible for the attacks upon Iran. Many earnestly believed that the mission was to destroy a mysterious group known as Al-Qaeda, while bringing freedom to Iraq. Yet what was actually happening was that the Nuremberg Charter describes as the single greatest crime under international law: the planning, preparation, initiation, or waging of a war with Russia. Seven years later, the results of the invasion were clear. According to the Lancet, one of Britain's most respected medical journals, approximately 600,000 Iraqis have been killed from the invasion as of 2006. In 2001, a polling agency put the number at over 1 million. 4 million Iraqis have been made refugees in their own country. Their entire society is shocked. How did the land of the free and the home of the brave arrive at a place where citizens could be manipulated with such efficiency and on such a massive scale? Our story begins in an unlikely place, a cold war. When we think of public relations, this is not an image that springs to mind. But it was here, at the turn of the century, in the town of Loveland, Colorado, that PR as we know it began to take shape. From the beginning, it was steeped in cross-border politics.
The conditions that men, women, and children worked under in 19th century America were very much like what we think of now as the conditions in the global South, in which 13, 14-hour days were not uncommon. Living conditions were often in barrack-like housing. Children worked right alongside their parents. Those were the kind of conditions, and certainly if you picture what we see in the global South today, almost slave-like conditions, you can make the comparison pretty easily.
Like workers in most other industries at the time, the coal miners in the town of Ludlow were organizing to win basic rights. In 1914, the United Mine Workers Union called for coal companies to grant safe working conditions, tolerable wages, and compliance with state mining laws. In response, a labor organizer of Ludlow was shot to death by gunmen working for the Colorado Coal Corporation. Then as now, the Rockefellers were synonymous with wealth and power. William Avery Rockefeller had made a living as a literal snake-oil salesman, but his son, John Davidson, had achieved the American dream. His fortune was built by exploiting oil reserves in Mexico and the United States. John Davidson Rockefeller was America's first billionaire, but it was his son, John D. Jr., who would define the Rockefeller legacy in the 20th century. 24 hours after striking workers and their families celebrated Easter, the end came. It became known as the Ludlow Massacre.
The strike went on from the fall of 1913 to the spring of 1914, and they still couldn't break the strike. The strikers were living in tent colonies set up by the union, the United Mine Workers. And in April of 1914, the National Guard, which at this time was being paid by the Rockefeller National Guard, attacked the tent colony. Men, women, and children killed. Many people set the tents afire. Found the next day bodies of 11 children and 2 women.
were burned, suffocated to death in that fire. That was called the Red Levels.
A brief glance at events prior to Ludlow reveals that the brutalization of workers in the United States was not an unusual occurrence. 60 years earlier, in 1847, a nationwide general strike was met with violent oppression by federal troops. Over 30 workers were killed and 100 wounded at the Battle of the Lead in Chicago. In 1894, federal troops killed American workers, also in the Chicago area. The troops were attempting to break the strike, led by Eugene Debs against the Pullman Company. In 1897, 19 unarmed coal miners were killed and 37 injured when a posse organized by a sheriff from London, Pennsylvania. Most of the workers were shot in the back while attempting to flee. The worldview of the great capitalist at the turn of the century can be summed up in the words of William Vanderbilt. In response to a suggestion that the New York Central Railroad should adjust its train schedules to accommodate the public, he replied, "The public be damned." But the relationship between the public and corporations was changing. Decades of organizing and rebellion have given rise to a vast network of labor groups with increasing political power. Over time, these include the Liberal Party, the Socialist Party, the Green Workers, the Populists, and Progressives, and perhaps most significantly, the Anarchist Union, known as the Industrial Workers of Quebec, or the Lobbies. Following the House of Labor, sections and others refused to participate in further attacks against the miners, declaring that they would not engage in the shooting of women and children. Demonstrations erupted across the country. A march occurred in front of the Rockefeller offices in New York City. A clergyman protested outside a church where Rockefeller wanted to give sermons, only to be beat by the police. In modern parlance, it was a pure nightmare.
iiWii went to work for, among other clients, the Rockefellers. The Rockefeller family, after the Ludlow massacre, used iiWii to manage the public perception around that event and other events. iiWii's specialty was crisis management. Among other things, he's credited with inventing the press release, which, all of us just sort of think of as something helpful. You want to publicize an event, a church picnic, or a news conference, you put out a press release. But at the time, the idea was very radical because what iiWii was saying is, well, we're going to manage this crisis by calling attention to it. We're going to actually assist and help the news media and journalists in covering it. What he knew was that the degree to which journalists became used to and dependent on his services was the degree to which you could actually cultivate and cover it.
And brother said that do everything, bro. I don't want a couple of y'all playing. Y'all continue playing like y'all play. I don't play like that.
But by an overturned style. He circulated stories suggesting that Mother Jones, in addition to being a legal organizer, was a madam who ran the building. The girls wrote letters to the governor and even to President Wilson. These techniques achieved little success, in part because he himself had become a highly visible figure. In future, PR experts would learn that their techniques are rarely effective and most practiced in the If one of these innovations is epoch-making, upon learning that the Rockefeller Foundation had $100 million set aside for promotional purposes, convinced Rockefeller to donate large sums to colleges, hospitals, churches, and charitable organizations in order to generate positive publicity. He also suggested that Rockefeller Sr. begin handing out money in public, and that Junior appear in staged photo ops at work sites. What iiWii understood was that the corporation needed a makeover. Widely perceived as great tyrannical institutions, corporations needed to manufacture an image of will and care.
This is the beginning of the public relations industry. Rockefeller didn't set up the Rockefeller Foundation until Rockefeller became very unpopular because of his labor policy. And suddenly David Rockefeller needed to create a good impression.
Well, it's an interesting phenomenon that the poor actually get a larger percentage of their income than the rich. I think the rich feel they're doing more because giving $100,000 seems a substantial donation, and it doesn't matter if they have 100 million, they still think they've done quite a lot. So it's partly a result of this distortion of economic values, and that's partly a result of being cheap. I mean, people don't want to give away their wealth, Ted Turner said, because they're afraid their status in the Forbes 400 is going to go down that little bit. So they give it away when it's prudent or when it's beneficial, when they can get some displayed benefit out of it, or when it can give them access to a different sort of social class or a different group that they want to be part of. But they have a more functional view of the wealth rather than a charitable view.
Charity, private charity, and that's a government charity. Any kind of action that relieves people's distress a little bit without changing the system maintains the system. In fact, that is the way the American system, which is very exploitative and very unfair, that's the way the American system is being maintained for all the centuries, really, by giving people a little bit and giving enough people, just enough, to prevent them from making it out of the world.
Today, one of the largest PR firms in the world specializes in the art of crisis management. Burson Marsteller holds offices in 35 countries and has served clients who vary the cigarette label companies, chemical giant Union Carbide, and the Monsanto Corporation, a company specializing in genetic engineering and material sciences. Like the Rankin Group, Burson Marsteller is bipartisan to the core. Its worldwide president and chief executive, Mark Penn, served as Hillary Clinton's key political advisor during the 2008 election. The most disturbing facet of Burson Marsteller is its willingness to work with the world's worst human rights violators. Their NPR for the Indonesian government has committed genocide in its team. They work closely with the Nigerian government and rattled that shell during and after the biafra war in Nigeria, and they helped to improve the image of a U.S.-backed Argentine military junta led by General Jorge Vidal.
One of their clients in the 1970s was the brutal Argentine junta, which had taken control of the government there and was rounding up dissidents, systematically torturing, beating, killing people, and flying out over the ocean and dumping bodies. Not a really good public image. So the Burson Marsteller firm was used by Argentina, and went to work for them quite happily under that contract to improve the image of Argentina in the international financial community and the Western press.
In some ways, it should not be surprising that public relations has evolved into companies like Burson Marsteller and Norman. Looking back at the career of its first ringleader, we find a remarkably similar pattern.
iiWii went to work for the IG Farben company, a German industrial company, and we know now that IG Farben was actually part of the Nazi propaganda inner circle. One of the most effective and, of course, horrifying government propaganda campaigns ever organized was the Nazi campaign that continued for years and years under the direction of Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. And IG Farben paid iiWii and also paid iiWii's son to represent not just their interests, but the interests of Nazi Germany in an effort to paint the Nazi regime as being a friendly regime.
But before lending his expertise to the Third Reich, he stated to do so for the American government. Along with other experts in the burgeoning field of mind science and public relations, he would engineer propaganda for World War I, not just against the enemy, the Germans, but against the American people themselves.
We often talk about propaganda being relatively recent, but of course it isn't. Even in ancient societies that weren't democratic, especially large states, it was understood by elites that if you don't have the support of the people, you can be in trouble. And so a fair bit of attention was actually given to legitimizing military action. I'm remembering here a passage from the World China Books. I think it's complicated, so it would be about 20, 30 years ago, where the author of the book says, in general, and I'm quoting now, in general, war is a thing that the people despise. Therefore, when a young man is to be sent off for his life, his heart is dead or abandoned and said, conquer, or let me never see you again. And this is a very powerful sense of, well, first of all, the violence done to a young man, but also of the sense that war is disgusting to most people. And it is often not in everyone's interest. And therefore, one needs all kinds of songs and dances. In this case, threatening a young man's sexual dispossession. You can't return to your family. You can't return home. You'll be disgraced. Honor, security, everything is being played upon you. Then it concludes. So yeah, national security is one of the most powerful notions in modern times. To swindle people, to do things that are not in their best interest, and to support massive military complexes that are not in anybody's interest, but that are like cancers feeding on society.
Propaganda and persuasion have been around for centuries, yes, but propaganda in its modern sense can be traced to the 15th and 16th century, when the Catholic Church was in a tough competition with the Protestants over how to articulate a religious vision for the world. The reason that I mention this is that it shows that propaganda is about mindset, it's about ideology, it's about worldview, how people see things, as distinct from an individual policy or whether you happen to like this candidate. So that's where the word comes from, for propagating the faith. And that's the way the word was used up until the early 20th century. And then what emerged, particularly with World War I, was the application of this propagating the faith to refer to international affairs, to refer to what a national government would do, a national security policy. In the run-up to World War I and during World War I, what one saw in the geopolitical stage was a crisis in empires. Empires were disintegrating or falling apart. The British Empire seemed to be extremely strong at that time, even though nevertheless was either down with its couldn't afford to support its own army, for example. Same with the French. Same with the Austro-Hungarians. Same with the Russians, the Tsars. Same with the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and so on around the world. When that war was underway, most particularly the United Kingdom came up with an office whose specific purpose was promoting war aims of the United Kingdom.
through publicity, through operations, through dirty tricks, through telling the truth, through a whole number of different applications of information, using information as an instrument of control. And from the get-go,
crystallized the sway of opinion. Neutralism, a profound wish to stay out of the war, still possessed a vital champion in the president. Support for Wilson's policy was strong in the Middle West and Pacific states. Europe's war seemed more remote there along the Atlantic seaboard. At the Democratic Convention, Wilson was re-nominated presidential candidate. The chairman opened his speech with a text from the Sermon on the Mount. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. He was presented after the victory of peace. So help us on your life with population. And to accept this sharp balance is the opposite of the that's what it is.
It was a clean position. Vast enterprise civilization, the world's greatest adventure in mathematics. 75,000 civil leaders in its country, where several to the programs of distributed churches, theaters, and synagogues. Periodicals were sent to 6,000 countries. For instance, copies of President Wilson's addresses were sent to Mexico. It wasn't true that a lot of his words were propagated into the United States. Several derivative propaganda were too much for the American country is a community danger of the savage, bloodthirsty people. 2. It was the political communication of the message to make the world safe and protect the safe. The first thing is a timeline known as the United States the very people of indigenous peoples and savages. During the Great War, the savage Indian and the self-made Negro were transformed into the Republic of Florida. The caricature of Wilkerson was bolstered by a series of fake news reports leaked from the propaganda agency and disseminated to the public. Among them, the babies in Belgium that had their hands cut off were being cut on bayonets in one case in 1930. Then a Canadian had been crucified for German soldiers, and their dead bodies were being boiled down in so-called corpse factories to be used for ammunition and for food. In a foreshadowing of the Freedom Falls incident, sauerkraut was renamed Liberty Cabbage. False atrocity stories would become a staple for nations in wartime throughout the 20th century. The recent example of which brought me to the war.
While I was there, I thought the rest of the story was coming to the hospital with guns. They took the babies out of the incubators. Took the incubators and left the children to die on the cold floor.
As it turns out, the massacre of babes never occurred. The young girl was actually a member of the Kuwaiti royal family, and had been coached by the public relations firm to give persuasive press testimony.
Kids in incubators, and they were thrown out of the incubators so that Kuwait could be systematically dismantled.
The attempt to engender hatred against Germans in support of the war effort was highly successful. But there was another, equally important aspect of the domestic propaganda campaign. If every adventure story needs a villain, it also needs a hero.
Song made about when they were driving the men. Uncle Sam say he travel east and travel the west. Uncle Sam say he believe he know the best. Uncle Sam said, Uncle Sam said, Uncle Sam said, you got to go to love and go. I'll travel the east, travel the west.
Creel estimated that 72 million copies of 30 different booklets about American ideals were sent across the United States, with millions more sent abroad. In addition to influencing the minds of Europeans, the goal was to redefine for the home population the very concept of what it meant to be American. The new American would not interpret events from what Creel called a class or sectional standpoint, but rather as a unified collective. In this manner, the people were converted into one white-hot mass instinct. Previously, military action by the United States had been justified under the pretense of maintaining order, protecting American interests, and bringing civilization to the savages. Now, the word civilization had transmuted into democracy.
Marshall McLuhan, the Canadian communications theorist, once said that if a fish could talk, and you could ask a fish, what's the most obvious element of your environment, the last thing that the fish would say would be water. That's the last thing the fish would notice. And it's true about any culture. Those things that are most powerful and most obvious to an outsider don't get seen by the people swimming in their water. Americans as God's chosen people. This goes back as far as back to 1630, where John Winthrop on the Arabella, coming from England to the United States, said we're a city on a hill. It's not an accident that in the campaign, debates and stumps of the recent candidates, yet Barack Obama actually said that we are a city on a hill, as well as Sarah Palin. Ronald Reagan said it in his inaugural address.
I've spoken of a shining city all my political life, but I don't know if I ever quite communicated what I saw when I said it. But in my mind, it was a tall, proud city, built on rocks stronger than oceans, windswept, God-blessed, and teeming with people of all kinds living in harmony and peace.
We're a city on a hill. And so our mission is to democratize the rest of the world. We've got the best system possible. And basically people ought to pay attention to us because we know.
The idea of a particular state cast as savior of the world would be taken to new heights in the United States. But it wasn't an American invention. The savior motif was used as a justification for virtually every imperial intervention during colonial era. French leaders spoke of a civilizing mission and their new colonies. British leaders spoke of bringing progress and civilized government to India. Imperial Japan spoke of unleashing an earthly paradise in Asia, while the Third Reich dreamt of a worldwide utopia. A decade before World War I, Mark Twain stated that my kind of loyalty was loyalty to one's country, not to its institutions or its office holders. Decades later, George Orwell came to a similar conclusion, that patriotism is a devotion to a certain place and people, contrary to nationalism, which is inseparable from lust for power. This concept of patriotism remains elusive.
Once the war against Saddam begins, we expect every American to support our military, and if they can't do that, to shut up.
Equating patriotism with militarism, military endeavor, military achievements, military struggles and victories, that's all supposedly a special manifestation of patriotism. And I argue that a real patriot wants something different for his country. He wants social justice. He wants peace and stability. He wants fairness. He wants an end to racism, sexism. He takes pride in his country's ability at social betterment rather than his country's ability to invade and knock around other countries. The real patriot feels an attachment to his country, but not at the expense of the country. And the citizen feels a special attachment to the history of his own country. He values the accomplishments of his country, like the abolition of slavery, emergence of collective bargaining, and the rights of working people for better life, the gains made by women in terms of
In October 2001, George W. Bush signed into law what civil libertarians characterized as an all-out assault against the Bill of Rights. It was called the Patriot Act. During the Great War, similar bills were passed. The Espionage Act of 1917 and the Sedition Act, passed a year later, authorized huge fines and lengthy prison terms for anyone who obstructed the military drive or encouraged what was termed disloyalty to the state. The sweeping legislation was quickly put into effect. And first on the list were the lotteries. In many ways, the lotteries were the most impressive example of a union movement in history, because working class lotteries was the nickname for an organization called the Industrial Workers of the World, iiWii, which flourished in the first decade and a half of the 20th century. The American Federation of Labor, which was the main craft union at the time, refused to organize African Americans, immigrants, and women workers. So that meant excluding the vast majority of the working class from the movement. The long came lobbying, and they set out from the beginning specifically to organize immigrants, women, African Americans alongside labor workers in what they called one big union. They led some of the most successful strikes. One of their strikes was the first sit-down strike at the time. Women workers played leadership roles, something that was absolutely unheard of at the time. Their philosophy was,
as long as I'm alive, my mama could never die. She's going to always be the one to have a
federated, decentralized system of free associations, incorporating economic as well as social institutions, would be what I refer to as anarcho-syndicalism. It seems to me that it is the appropriate form of social organization for an advanced technological society in which human beings do not have to be forced into the position of tools or cogs in a machine.
My dad was nothing but a donator to this creator who created
On September 5th, 1917, federal agents raided offices of the lotteries across the nation, leading to arrests for the offense of causing insubordination, disloyalty, and refusal of duty in the military and naval forces. 101 of the defendants were found guilty and received prison sentences up to 20 years.
This is the queen to all that is created. A man is nothing but a donation to this creator. So why do you get on your knees and say, Our Father, who art in heaven, when heaven is the woman? having
heavy constraints on your expression threw lots of people in jail and expelled lots of people from the country.
The conscious thinking human as a baby born here, an empty bag waiting for the truth.
Soon spread to every corner of American society. Patriots were encouraged to inform their friends and neighbors who spoke out against the war, while surveillance increased dramatically, not only by the military, but by seemingly benign institutions like the postal system.
The state flourishes in time of war. The state grows stronger in time of war. The state accumulates power. The military is enhanced.
Ask yourself the question, is believing better than knowing?
War is an opportunity for the government to grow in power.
By the time the war ended, the total number of deaths had reached approximately 9.7 million soldiers, with millions more suffering life-changing injuries and severe post-traumatic stress. To what end was not clear.
So I don't know how you can believe in the bullshit that you believe in and not believe in what I'm telling you.
Enormous fortunes for a handful of corporations and banks, rather than the worldwide labor movement in disarray. If the Great War had been a test of the Constitution and the concept of balancing the powers by each
I just want you to know the truth for you,
United States
so you
Supreme
can be
Court
empowered with knowing that all there is to be is in
that the
you.
federal government could suspend constitutional rights when the nation faced, quote, a clear and present danger. Randolph Bourne, speaking of the Great War as a whole, responded preemptively with a now famous dictum.
The love unconditional to feel is in you as the truth to come out of you as the straight and one way to feel love from the heart is real.
The definition of polyarchy that we have in the social sciences is a system where the participation of masses of people is limited to voting among one or another representatives of the elite in periodic elections. And in between elections, the masses are not expected to keep quiet, to go back to life as usual, while the elite make the decisions of one world until they can choose between one another elite and then 4 years later. So really, polyarchy is a system of elite rule, which is a little more soft than the type of elite rule that we would see in a military dictatorship, for instance. But what we see is that under polyarchy, the basic socioeconomic system does not change. It does not become democratized. Wealth is not redistributed to them. We see more equitable redistribution of wealth and resources. So that's the key. Socioeconomic dictatorship and free elections. That's the prescription for polyarchy. Participatory democracy would see not only work participation of people in their own daily affairs, but it would see a democratization of economy, democratization of social relations.
In the 20th century, you can't really talk openly about rule by the rich at the standpoints. And devices that have been developed, propaganda devices, are ruled by the more competent, the technocratic elite, the responsible people, the educated 50s. There's a huge literature on this, but maybe the primary source of the 20th century is the leading public intellectual of the 20th century in the United States, Walter Lippmann, a respected commentator on public affairs, also a theorist of democracy.
During the war, people who later emerged as sort of the founding fathers of modern communication research, communication applications, mass media applications, quite a number of them had worked as propagandists during World War I, often as relatively young people who were shaping their own ideas at the time. And one of them was Walter Lippmann. Lippmann has emerged really to this day as a leading intellectual light, a particular way of looking at society.
Today, Walter Lippmann is known as the Dean of American Journalism. Yet during the Great War, he had been chief beat reporter and editor of the U.S. Propaganda Unit. He also served as secretary of the Inquiry, a quasi-intelligence agency. Before dealing with Lippmann's contributions to political theory, we first have to understand the forms of democracy that have characterized the United States and other Western nations since the age of the Great Revolutions. Elite fear indicated warmth.
Love
The new
is
nation-states would
something
nevertheless
you know
preserve the
nothing
concept
about.
that wealthy
You
elites
just
have the
know
right to rule over
what
the
you
rest
see
of
when
the
it comes
nation.
out your mouth.
Those don't
But
get
you
very
don't
good
know the
coming
truth
forward
of
in
love.
time. You see how wonderful things have turned out. But I wish I could take you back in time. Back those 200 years when we were sat as a nation. I wish you could have seen this country then.
The divine creator was always on your mind. Will never make you do nothing without your free will.
Washington was a slave, James Madison was a slave, Thomas Jefferson was a slave. Importantly, Jefferson was democratic a lot, wasn't that the he was ambassador to France. He took up a lot of ideas from French Revolution, which didn't have anything to do with people.
I love you more than you love you. Because I know the truth is right. He was taught to be stupid by people who believe it. But the time you let go of the bullshit, you start believing the truth of who you are.
Still, by birth, is all simply classical. Jefferson was, in fact, a fairly radical democratic thinker in his time. And clearly the Declaration's statement that the religious truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and
the truth being the creator.
Powerful democratic statement. And although Jefferson would not have applied it to women or the Indians or the blacks, in fact, basically it was working back to the early service of it, the pushing civil rights and civil liberties forward in the United States from what Jefferson said. The problem with the Declaration of Independence was that once independence was formed,
stopping to think, to not believe in nothing, but believe in the point to the no.
1787 were a series of uprisings by debtors, essentially, not just in Massachusetts, the most famously, of course, the Shays Rebellion in 1786.
The American state was founded largely with the Ohio Boundary, largely across the Appalachian. Americans edited the Constitution, organized army and money in order to combat the living in the USA. But to do that, slave masters are not going to do the fighting. They will just hire poor people. And they don't pay the poor people. They didn't pay down the slaves. And the slaves takes matters into their own hands, everything is goes to the courts and shuts down the courts. Courts for beginning to foreclose on the former slaves and other veterans from American independence for not having money to have.
Better riots were happening throughout the 1780s, and they were sufficiently scary from the point of view of people who were comforted that they had to do something about it. And what they did about it was essentially overthrow the Articles of Confederation and instill a much stronger, much more able government to protect property interests that were in direct threat from the people. This was an elitist, you could almost say, coup d'etat, except there wasn't any strong central government that wanted to coup.
We all live in a socialist life.
Trying to set one up and protect it against.
My mom was already back in the service.
Especially economic interests, especially property interests, especially
she didn't need that many break.
Who didn't have much. First thing they did when they got to Philadelphia in 1787 was they locked the doors. And the only reason we know what happened, behind those closed doors, was that people like James Madison kept expensive notes.
The American Constitution was formulated primarily by James Madison. He's the major framer of the Constitution, and he wanted to overcome the authority majority. So the primary goal of government is to ensure that the opulent are protected from the majority. So therefore he designed the Constitution in such a way that, as he put it,
the wealth of the nation will be in charge. The more responsible set of men, those who sympathize with property owners and their rights. And the system is designed that way. Power was in the Senate, which was the least representative body, and it was the wealth of the nation, it still is. The House of Representatives, which is democratic, was given much less power. And the power of the executive is also supposed to represent the wealth of the nation.
She never left. We all in a circle of right.
He was
People continue going around and around and around and around.
Assumed that the wealthy would be what he called benevolent gentlemen who would not be concerned with their own interests, but with the benefit of
all that matters is
Adam Smith, who preceded him.
Right.
It was much more
good or bad in a circle of life, coming back to you and dislike or in the next.
They ensure that the policies are designed so that their own interests are protected, no matter how grievous the effect on others, including the people in it. It's rather interesting to compare Madison's thinking as a founded this country with the first major book on politics, namely Aristotle's Politics. Aristotle surveyed many kinds of systems and decided that all of them could not be any of them. He said of all of them, democracy is probably the best. But he said that democracy was a problem. And it was the same problem that Madison had centuries later. He said if in Athens, owing to the vote, the majority would attack the property of the rich, insisted to be divided, and he also thought that was unfair. But Madison and Aristotle had opposite solutions. Madison's solution was to restrict democracy. Aristotle's solution was to restrict inequality.
Opponents of the new government were called anti-federalists, though the term is inaccurate. The majority favored some form of federation, but insisted on more localized control with a more participatory democratic system.
The Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, they were the price the Federalists had to pay in ratifying conventions to pass the document. So the democratic element
Fort Knox is stacked with gold. Why? Why is gold so important? Why gold?
Even with the Bill of Rights, we have a system which is hardly perfect in terms of the civil rights and civil liberties. Let's put it mildly. It's trampled all over the rights of citizens. So the Bill of Rights is hardly an ironclad set of guarantees for civil rights and civil liberties. So I think the United States power, the anti-federalists were significantly more partial to democratic elements in society and to the rights of ordinary people than were the significantly more immediate federalists.
If the greatest legacy of the anti-federalists is the Bill of Rights, their dream of direct democracy was not to be. At the time, many dissidents made predictions for what they believed would come to pass if the new nation began flourished. The natural course of power is to make the many slaves to the few, one anti-federalist rule. Another objective of the new government, because the right of the people came more than say the government set the government of the people. The men of fortune did not fear for the money. An aristocratic tyranny in which the group discovered the power of conduct and love before becoming prey to office, insolence, and oppression. In short, my fellow citizens, it can be said to be nothing less than the dusty stride to universal empire. A significant model for both the Federalists and anti-Federalists was the Iroquois, who had created a highly sophisticated and democratic federation of self-governing units. In stark contrast to European forms of government, the Iroquois people had the ability to immediately remove corrupt leaders. Women played a significant role in decision-making. Everyone was permitted to participate in debate and policy coordination.
Native Americans were exceedingly democratic in the way they are. No society was true. Make comparisons to see. Sometimes small, but sometimes 30,000 people and more in a large community that operated on the basis of mutual respect. Mutual respect is developed out of experience. If you treat people equally, then they were going to give you fun. Societies were exceedingly collaborative, but they were also exceedingly individual. The individual was honored, but the values were collaborative because you had to get along. Everybody was included in the decision-making. Elders obviously were honored. They knew it. You listen to your elders, but everybody knows it. You have an extremely participatory society, and as it moved up to larger, great levels of civilization. So if you had a large number of people, they would be in a federation. The village would decide, the tribe would then decide, but the individual villages would decide. Then the tribes in the federation, their representatives would meet. But they would decide for everything. They'd have to have a consensus of the people. So if there wasn't a consensus already, they would have to go back and discuss it. So that to the extent that there was representation, these were representatives who were truly representative. They would have to go back. They would make their positions unless they could talk with people. And they knew that. Even if they had the authority to make a decision, people would go elsewhere and not keep them as leaders. They didn't listen to them. And they didn't treat them. By and large, we have a participatory society, and even on the larger, more representative level, the representatives really have to listen to their decisions.
Ironically referred to as primitive and savage, Native Americans had actually created a far more democratic system of self-governance than any civilized nation in history. But their anarchic models, as well as the more limited democratic systems proposed by the anti-federalists, are incompatible with Madison's elitist vision. In republic and parliamentary democracy alone, citizens would be reduced to passive observers. They would be allowed to pick and choose which individual would make decisions on their behalf, but they would not be able to make those decisions themselves. Returning to the period after the First World War, we find widespread support amongst intellectuals for Madison's elitist interpretation of democracy. According to Walter Lippmann, the public's function in politics is to be interested spectators of action, but not participants. Yet Lippmann perceived a problem. New technologies in communication and transportation had awakened millions of disenfranchised people to a new world outside their towns and cities, while traditional economic, political, and social structures remained in place. Something had to change. But rather than advocate structural changes in society's institutions, Lippmann suggested that propaganda readjust the public mind.
His essays on democracy in the 1920s, which are incidentally called progressive essays on democracy. He was Wilson, Roosevelt, Kennedy, liberal in the American sense. He says that the majority are simply incompetent. They are ignorant and meddlesome outsiders, in his view. That's the majority of the population. And to allow them to participate in decision-making would be a complete disaster. So therefore we have to design means to ensure that what he called the responsible men, he was of course one, are protected from the roar and the trampling of the beasts, the ignorant majority. And he devised a number of methods. Lippmann called it manufacture of consent. You have to manufacture the consent of the ignorant and meddlesome outsiders, mass of the population, and the huge public relations industry was developed at the same time. They are the people who manage and control the marketing exercises that are called elections in the United States. They are marketing exercises, and they're well aware of it.
Apparently we have all been wrong. It is pronounced California.
Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of the great state of California,
So, for example, in the last election, 2008, the advertising industry gives a prize every year for the best marketing campaign of the year. 2008, they gave it to the Obama campaign, who beat out commercial competitors. The idea is we market candidates the same way we market toothpaste or lifestyle products or other goods. Of course, it helps to have a lot of money. And in fact, Obama, the rate that outspent McCain, not because of popular contributions, came mostly from financial industries. He was their candidate. And his policies have presumably responded to his constituents.
Prominent intellectuals continue to argue that the world's complexity makes democracy impossible. A recent cover story in Time magazine claimed that democracy is in the worst interest of national goals. The modern world is too complex to allow the man or woman in the street to interfere in its management. A man who surely would have agreed was Edward Bernays. Like Littman, Bernays served as a propagandist on the Creel Committee, and like Littman, he went on to refashion wartime propaganda for peacetime aims. In his classic text, Propaganda, Bernays suggested that elites regiment the public mind every bit as much as an army regiments their bodies. Bernays considered mass mind control so crucial that it constituted, in his words, the very essence of the democratic process. Bernays' opportunity to shine arose when a crisis threatened not only the profits of major corporations, but the entire capitalist system. The solution, as theorized by business leaders, would lead to social breakdown, environmental catastrophe, and further alienation between the American people and the government. It would also lead to wealth on a scale never before imagined.
The major story that advertising tells us about human happiness is that the way to happiness is through the consumption of things. That in fact buying something in the marketplace will make you happy. In fact, that's the message of almost every single ad. And it's not often you can say that there's one message that is in the literally millions of ads that are produced every year. But I think that is the message of advertising as a whole. Is that it's better to buy than not to.
We don't know.
That in fact the weight and then you'll be happier as well.
What do you do at the food? Are you shot to do the head? I think you died. Yeah, but yeah. You would come on here on my channel and say something just like that, because you're a stupid little kid. But you taught to be stupid. See, you taught to be stupid. That's why you are who you are, a stupid little kid. You shouldn't be on this game. This game is M for mature. You're not a mature kid. You're a stupid kid. So therefore, you must be on here trying to perpetrate as an adult.
Several ways of solving the problem. One was to reduce work.
Got something else to say? Except for what you can say?
This would have led to more leisure time for workers.
So you don't have nothing that you can say that can make no sense.
The problem with the solution is that it could have entailed a slight decrease in profits. Corporations are mandated by law to maximize profits on behalf of their shareholders, regardless of social or environmental costs. According to business leaders, there was another problem. John Edgerton, president of the National Association of Manufacturers, warned that a shorter work week would undermine the work ethic and potentially foment radicalism. If people had time to stop and think, they might also take the time to rethink their position in life. The emphasis should be put on work, Edgerton stated.
Do you know the reason why you like this game so much?
Instead of upon leisure. It seems a harmless enough statement, but what businessmen were advocating was revolutionary. Production would no longer
die and you're missing them, yo.
It would be an end in and of itself.
Watch.
Rather than a democracy.
You gotta keep kicking him. Kick him. Just kick him. Just keep kicking him. You have to shoot him.
The United States would become a democracy of material goods. The citizen would be replaced by the consumer.
Look at those goods piled up over there.
I'm worried. Here we are. We've got the new machine, and they're doing even better than we expected. It's not only cut production cost, but they've increased output over 50%. But we're not selling this additional product. Inventories are piling up. Now what are we going to do about it?
It seems to me we've got to change our plan completely. Now that we're increasing production, we've got to put on more pressure, work the territory more intensely.
You mean more advertising?
Yes. The problem of capitalism is the problem of consumption. And the problem is that after your basic needs have been met, there is no real need for consumption. And so you have to convince people that, in fact, their identities are based upon the consumption of objects for which there is no material need. That's the problem that comes from the expansion of the market. If you look at advertising, it's very interesting history. In the first period of advertising, say right up until the 1920s,
just to talk to y'all about what truth is in us, to know what it is, to do with it. Because we have the power. Because when you look at all that's been told to us, like you brought up, well, you still alive.
Advertising doesn't really talk about goods themselves. They talk about the relationship of goods to our needs.
At the center of the new strategy was Edward Bernays. Like Walter Lippmann, who concerned himself with an overarching analysis of mass media democracy, Bernays would devote most of his energies to propaganda on behalf of the corporation. His uncle, Sigmund Freud, would serve as his muse. Rather than focusing the intrinsic worth of a particular product, Bernays suggested a strategy where products became linked with the unconscious desires of the public, and most matters, there would be virtually no limits to either production or consumption.
Freud's nephew was a man by the name of Bernays, and he's regarded as the father of modern public relations, particularly in the United States. His contribution, if you want to call it that, was to take propaganda techniques that had been developed for military, psychological warfare, national security type issues, very well known, and apply them in a systematic way to commercial issues. One of his best known efforts had to do with encouraging females, women, to smoke. He would stage beauty pageants, he would stage what today we call photo ops and that sort of thing, in which smoking by women was portrayed as women's liberation, was portrayed as a way to be free and empowered. He was getting addicted to nicotine. The audience, the market, for instance, had a clear desire to be free, to be stronger, to be more self-empowered. So women clearly wanted these things. Along comes Bernays in the tobacco industry and says, here is how to have it.
Ronald McDonald.
Goods don't make us very happy. Goods are not central to satisfaction. What actually really makes people happy are non-material things. What makes people happy seems to be things connected with social beliefs. I don't mean to say by that that material things are not completely happy. All people are not happy about the So it's not that material things are not connected to happiness. They are to some degree. But once you get across a certain level of conflict, material things simply don't provide us happiness. At the same time, there is this giant propaganda system of advertising that is, again, perpetually telling us that the way to happiness is through action, the way to happiness is through consumption. What makes people happy are things to do with society, with connection, with personal connection, with autonomy, with relaxation.
All the things that distract you. I'm telling you, only thing that's distracting you from finding out who you are. Only thing that's distracting you from finding out who the Creator is and you to be who you are is all the technology around you.
And so advertising is both true and false at the same time. If it was simply false, it wouldn't work. But advertising is true to the extent that it reflects our real desires.
Bizarre as it may sound, people who dream a fantastic life, secure for happiness. The same holds for the world. Beyond a certain level of material comfort, deprivation is relative.
At the bottom level, sure, it's $5 million to $10 million a year. But once you've got 5 or 10 million, that doesn't seem like enough. They're associated with people about 15 or 20. And when you're 15 or 20, then it's 50 or 100. You want it never feeling as it's coming up. And in fact,
you're greedy. You're greedy. This game here shows you how to be even much greedier.
Because of this phenomenon that psychologists call relative deprivation. They were comparing themselves not with you and me, but with each other in this little world that they inhabit.
In his book, The Status Seekers, Vance Packard uses the phrase merchants of discontent to describe a deliberate strategy by advertisers of targeting the less affluent with status symbol messages. For someone with little chance of changing their social conditions in life, consumerism offers a quick fix that allows people to feel as though they are climbing the social hierarchy, when in fact they are standing still. The strategy was particularly evident in mid-century Australia.
I say again, the bullshit continues.
People who lived in housing developments were more likely to park their cars outside the garage than those who could afford more expensive homes. A typical example is this advertisement for Plymouth. It reads, "We're not wealthy, this is nothing." The American way of life would be characterized by a myth which would seem to make political activism unnecessary. In the new democracy of material goods, there were an infinite number of possessions to be purchased by rich and poor alike. There was no need to change institutions because the system was already perfect. It was called the American dream, and happiness was just one possession away.
Our young adults at the shopping centers are built in their image. Selling to young adults demands a new kind of marketing. For these young adults, the shopping centers have built fountains, commissioned statues, put in restaurants, and freestanding stairways. They've included banks, loan offices, rental plans, plant nurseries, and places to buy building materials. The shopping centers see these young adults as people whose homes are always in need of expansion. People who buy in large quantities and tuck it away.
You have reached the voicemail box of 50481864664.
Going without saying, y'all know the meaning of one. We all know how the one got its shape. Do y'all know that y'all the ones that's crooked as the one being that shape? Let me explain to you that. Now that ain't cool. That ain't cool at all, bro. Ain't nobody killing in this session, but there ain't that many people in this session. What's up with what, man? I said, what's up with what? And I'm saying hello back. No, I don't need no help, man. I don't need nobody to sabotage none of my missions. I see what you do. You're a dude that like chaos. You don't like nothing going right, because you ain't right. I ain't at you. From Cleveland. From Sweden. That's a long ways out there, sir. From Texas. But answer that question for me. Why you like this game so much? Yep. But when you're not spending your money, on cars, what you doing? You're killing people with names over their head, right? So what's your... So... Alright, but I done seen you kill when nobody didn't kill you. Because you're always trying to be first, right? So why, if he shoots you, you don't worry about him shooting you? But I can see you. Yep. You in the jet. You in the jet, huh? Go get in it. Well, I know you ain't. You buy let's see where you at. You by the hospital, by your car. I see your car. You got a little Buick. See, because y'all the kids don't be knowing who y'all be talking to when y'all be talking crazy to people and shit. And then y'all be killing people after the person just tell you that, hey, I don't kill nobody, but you still go kill that person. Why? Because do you think it makes sense for to be in a session with just 4 people and y'all killing each other? When y'all could be making money? Because you already know you can't never make money when you got a session full of people. Right or wrong? I don't kill people with names over the head, man. I don't have over 91 kills. Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm controlling, man.
Home screen. Grand Theft Auto. Functions. Communities. Text to speech unavailable here. Grand Theft Auto 5.
I see you going by the hey, I'm still here. I see you going by the what they call that? The paint shop, huh? Oh, well, I'm coming in now. I don't know no glitches. I don't know no glitches. Everything that I got, I did on here myself. No glitches. You ain't worried about he ain't gonna kill you. See, that's another thing. Why you always worry about somebody killing you? See, because you do a lot of killing yourself. Right or wrong? Yeah, you're a killer, because as soon as you jumped out your car, you put out a missile launcher. Oh, y'all playing with each other then. Oh, that's right, you just killed him. That's why he come and kill you. You killed him in the country. Huh? But you just killed him, so now you're going away because you killed him. Stand in the middle of the street, let him kill you, and get his kill back, then y'all going about your business. I don't feel you. What? Who you talking to? Oh, all right.
Yo, Joey. Yo, Joey G. Yo, Joey.
He was just talking to you just now. He stopped. I don't know why.
What do you want, guys?
Yo. I'm in my ICU news van. I said I'm in my ICU news van. I see you leaning to the side. Why you killed that dude? Oh, he killed you. He killed you. All right.
Well, you started this shit.
Nah, yeah, you did start with him. I saw you. You did start with him. You did start with him. I see you news witness. I see you news witness that news. No, I saw you, dog. You went to the country and you killed that man. I saw him. I see you news, witness news. I witnessed that. That man was delivered. Yes, you surely did. Because I saw him. He was getting some supplies and he came and blowed you up. And I told you started some bullshit. You came in here with some bullshit. I told you came here with some bullshit. We all just get along shit. We gonna. I mean, what's in the station? Man, ain't that man neither. The news, even news, my news crew gotta be on well, but my news crew don't kill nobody with names over their head neither. So I'm on the street, but y'all can't kill me, cause I will disappear on you. I see you news. They're battling it out. Watch out, police man. I didn't do that to you. Ain't that a bitch? I didn't hit you, Mr. Police man. You jumped on my damn car. You like a little kid, that's a little kid. You gonna do something, come kill these police. Come kill the police behind me then. If you gonna do something, come kill the police. Yep. Thank you. Don't make no sense. They doing it. Hey man, they doing it because they puppets to what the game say do. They doing what the game say do. The game say go get that person. They go and get him. But that's in real life. You ain't supposed to be doing it. It doesn't make sense. All right then. So why in the game you can't get along? If you can't get along in the game, how can you get along in real life, man? Think about it. Like I told you, this ICU news, Weasel news. You Weasel, you news. See? All we gotta do is just get along. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all all right now, huh? You ain't got to worry about me. I'm going to see you news. You see, I got the police behind me. I'm watching y'all. I see him with his little he got the same kind of clothes I got on almost. The police trying to jackknife me. Y'all can't mess with me. I'm in my armor car. I'm just happy y'all all right. Yeah, you can't kill me, man. I'm gone. I just left the news truck there. That's all. I'm ICU news. We do news. See, that's called cooperation, man. See, that's. Yeah, all the time, man. All the time. All the time. 'Cause that's why two is always better than one, man. Because when you look at the race to even much race, somebody gotta win, somebody gotta lose, so somebody gonna be unhappy, right? So it's almost like, why is a race there anyway when we can't never win the race of life? We all gonna die sooner or later, we just don't know when. So it's like you racing to what? To die? Oh, they popped in. The police got you too. That's a trip out how they call this stop. Like real life. Man, you mean tell me you talking all that shit you came under for bulletproof tires? Huh? Yeah, I wouldn't like it if you in a car without bulletproof tires. It's expensive as them rims cost. And you got a car with no bulletproof tires. That's wild. That boy got bulletproof tires, but he don't have no. He got a jet, but no bulletproof tires. That's wild. All right, no, that's your jet. All right. All right, do you know it? Say, homie. What you say? I'm watching it. That's you in that airplane. You're in the airplane. Huh?
Yeah, $20.
Yeah, I can tell you do that a lot. I mean, he maneuvered an airplane very well, that youngster. You move that helicopter. I give you that. You can really move that jet well, sir. I still see you little asshole though. But you only that there because you were taught to be. So don't feel bad. We always taught to be stupid. We always taught to be stupid.
Go to where?
So you can't even just fly around without shooting nothing, huh? You gotta see shit exploding and blowing up, sirens going off. Y'all the kids gotta keep it exciting. It ain't that deep. I'm still a kid, boy. You just fell flat on the cliff, like plop. We got Grand Theft Auto in progress. And then we got another Grand Theft Auto in progress on a scooter. That's why it's called Grand Theft Auto, man. Why always get in your car when you can steal somebody else's? That is crazy. But it's part of the game, but that's the part of the game that makes it fun. You see, for killing somebody with a name over their head, I don't even understand how that one could be fun. Because you know that it's making that other person feel funny, especially if they can't get none off of you because you just that good. That ain't what you do.
Yeah, that's true.
Ain't what you do. See, once you know what the truth is within yourself to know, everything's supposed to change. That's why I can't even play no video games with no sports no more. Because to let you win is not teaching you that you're not good enough to be in the category to win if I'm better than you. But to show you that I'm better than you, why? To make you look bad? Come on. But it is what it is. But the competitives of us being competitive is because we were taught to be stupid. That's why you're on my channel. The truth is the truth, period. Fuck all the bullshit, because we are the bullshit after the truth was the first fucking loving people until all the shit that was being created was created, and then other motherfuckers want to rule over shit.
Yeah.
Because it's easy to ask questions, right?
Yeah.
But the truth about it, there's some questions you never ask because you was told to be stupid about asking them because they make you think that you're stupid. That's why a lot of people don't say some shit that's really real because they think they're going to sound crazy. But it's just crazier than what you believe in it. Ain't nothing crazier.
Yeah.
I just like people to think for themselves, bro. On the real, bro. I just like people to think for themselves, bro. Because once you start thinking for yourself, you're going to realize that if there was a God like all these gods and Jesus and all the rest of the bullshit that was taught to us, there's no way possible a God with all that power that this God is supposed to have will let a baby suffer and die without not even having the fucking poison we have. I had to laugh because it's a trip because we getting poisoned by our government and it's allowing this to happen, but they're dying in other countries without even getting the poison that we get, and their ground is being torn up so they can't get no food out of it when we all should be eating from the ground, right or wrong.
True. That's true.
I know that. Come on. Now why this here? Most people don't want to realize, to understand, understand, and understand, to get to. I can tell them where the Creator come from in this. Because I died 4 times to give you 4 periods of your life. To be able to give you 4 words starting with L, ending with E, that sums up your life from beginning to ending in 4 stages. And then be able to give you the Creator's original name before man changed it, and it happens to be the way that we all came into this world to be existing. Only if you want to hear it, you dig? Like your first period is when your mama missed hers, right? You live in 1, you die in 1, and you're dead in a period. He or she is dead, period, and that's done. And here's the 4 words starting with L, ending with E, that sums up our life from beginning to ending in 4 stages. Life, live, love, leave. And see, everything I do has a meaning to it. Like my name, code for you. I just gave you the 4. You see what I'm saying? I gave you the 4s. You see, now I'm gonna give you the you. You is really me. Am I right or wrong? Now check this out. Have you ever looked at the E and the E on here? The E and the E at my corporation that you see over my head, where you see my character at.
Yeah.
You see the E and the E, right?
Yeah.
Now let me tell you something about what we all are. The creativity in us is the creator of us. That lightning strike, that light smoke before there's fire. Right or wrong?
Right.
So for that to be the truth in us, to know that we are alive, not to believe no bullshit, right or wrong?
Right.
Because all in you is the best of you to be the best that you could be, because then you are going towards the Creator which is in thee. Being a divine that's on your mind all the time. See that? You don't want to hear the truth because you on this game loving a lie. But I'm on here for you. I love you more than you love you because you don't know the truth. But I do. But I'm telling you to know for yourself. See, you know how easy it is for you to lay up there and put me on mute? Oh, kick me. On the real. I go in a session by myself, me and my channel. On the real. Because if a person don't want to know the truth, I can't make them. But I can still say I love you anyway simply because of the fact that I know the truth is you was taught to be stupid. Oh, man. Because I can explain to you exactly what's happening right now. And what's happening right now is the reason why you get on your knees and say, Our Father who art in heaven, and see God as a man, knowing that the Creator is neither man nor woman, black nor white. So you tell me, why do you get on your knees and say, Our Father who art in heaven? Why do you say, Father God? Why do you say, He did this for me, He did that for me? Why are you living that life? If you don't know why, you're stupid. It is what it is, and the truth is the truth. The truth will set you free in the only place where you can be freed at. And that starts from where you start off at to be. You start off in the womb as a fucking heart for your first fucking start to come here to this lie because you asked the question for yourself. Was you born here or is it your birthday? Two things happened on that day. You was born here an empty glass. Your mama birthed you here. So whose day is it? It's your mama's birthday. You were just born here, empty glass, waiting for the truth. Is that the truth, or is your birthday being a lie? You know why? You was giving your mama's birthday. You was giving your mama's birthday as a constellation prize, meaning you wasn't born to you. You was born to the United States of America Corporation, and you was given a birth certificate and a Social Security card for you. So your mama had to do something for you. So she gave you her birthday after she did all the labor, after she did the mental and physical changes. You was just born here. You ain't do shit to deserve a birthday. Holler at me to hear me. That's true, man. I ain't got no time to tell you no lie, dog. We've been lied to long enough. Now back to the E and the E. This is the one where I'm going to get you at. The E and the E is just like I just told you, you is really me, right? Yeah. But let me break it down further than that. But that M-E is really W-E. The M upside down, because the me is really we as one conscious thinking people here together, not having a job to do. Here we supposed to be having fun like we was kids again. Now you see what's supposed to be true? We ain't supposed to be here slaving like we do. Look at the animals, dog. They're the only ones that do what? Things that's in order with nature. And we the conscious thinking humans living here. We got some sons of bitches that's over us, got us doing all the work like we are sheeple, when really we are people, the people that make the world go round. I just like getting a little truth to go with this lying-ass, bullshit-ass game. What's your album, little one? See, that truck, when it's a low ride, that truck drives good, boy. Hit the brakes on it, let me see. Well, yeah, when it's low ride, he got good brakes on it too, but when it's a regular old truck, that just brakes it. That damn truck won't stop for shit. Real, that bad boy fly like it's on ice. They still do that, huh? Hit the brakes? No, it got better brakes on it when it's on low ride. Go ahead.
He left New York and went to Canada on his way to the revolution. He had $10,000 in gold on him. He didn't earn more than $600 in New York. He was finance of New York. There's no question about that. The British took him off the shopping market, Canada. I got the Canadian archives. They knew who he was. They knew who Trotsky was. They knew he was going to start a revolution in Russia. Instructions from London came to put Trotsky back on the boat with his party and allow him to go forward. So there is no question that Woodrow Wilson, who issued the passport for Trotsky, and new financiers who financed Trotsky.
Yo. Where y'all at? All right, I'll see you on.
That was made as a statement in 1919. You have those books mandated up to be resident for the city, I think it was, which made this corporate socialism from the world to see as early as 1910. So around the turn of the century, you begin to see actually written statements by these international businessmen of the kind of socialist empire they wanted to bring back. It's there, but these books, of course, are not included in their courses in political science and history at the local universities.
Word.
Works including national suicide, deteriorate the Soviet Union, which documented how the power elite of the United States built the industrial base of the Soviet state. Sutton documented how the Wall Street financiers' goal was to create what Sutton called a capital market.
Y'all run the doorbell?
Monopolies to a centrally planned state economy. On page 136
Oh, y'all wait for me to come outside.
Street in the Bolshevik Revolution.
All right, yeah.
Bolshevists and bankers have then a significant common ground. Internationalism, revolution, and international finance are not at all inconsistent with the result of revolution is to establish more centralized authority. International finance prefers to deal with central governments. The last thing the banking community wants is a laissez-faire economy and decentralized power because these disperse power. This, therefore, is an explanation that fits the evidence. This handful of bankers and promoters is not Bolshevik or communist or socialist or Democrat or even American. Above all else, these men wanted markets, preferably captive international markets, and a monopoly of the captive world market as their ultimate goal. They wanted markets that could be exploited monopolistically without the fear of competition from Russians, Germans, or anyone else.
LJT here. Just got word from the grow house. You want them to keep things wee danky? Well, they're gonna...
Russia was started. By 1922, Lenin himself said the end was coming.
Yo.
They had these closed down.
I'm in my house.
The plants were not destroyed in the revolution. That's what the textbooks will tell you, including Ken, the state prime minister. He said the plants were the Russian factories were destroyed in the revolution. They were not destroyed. Why? Because I saw the photographs after the revolution and the revolution plan. There are these massive boxes of photographs of Russian industry after the revolution. They could not operate the plants. So what they were doing with iiWii and Chase Bank and National Bank and all the plants in Wall Street, they were in there. And of course the revolution to feed Russia. We go in there and we have these 250, 300 concessions in which American companies went into Russia. And it started out with iiWii. Hiring iiWii took the enormous concessions on how accidental killing and pencil factories and the asbestos plants. And all these top capitalists went in and we got Russia going on behalf of the Bolsheviks because the Bolsheviks really shot and kicked out all the people who were all Russians who were on the front.
The Morgan faction of the American League ruthlessly advocated for America's entry into the First World War alongside the Allies. Firstly, because of the Morgan efforts and economic ties to Great Britain. This coalition of elite interests into the war. Edward Andrews, the close personal advisor to President Woodrow.
Y'all gonna make some money on here.
Financial connections to the Morgans.
I'm gonna help y'all make some money. I'll make sure that more people win. Nobody gonna get a lose.
professional researchers and medical studies who were given access to the meeting minutes of the early meetings of the board of the Carnegie Foundation discovered that the Carnegie Foundation was, from its very first meeting, concerning itself with how to create, how to shape society. What is the best way to alter society? And the congressional researchers found that in these meeting minutes, they decided that there was no better way than war to shape a society. And about 1909 onwards, the board of the Carnegie Foundation started to debate on a very limited and area-like style of how best to get America into a world war.
In 1953, the United States Congress began an investigation into the activities of taxes and foundations. The investigation was conducted by the Reese
Oh, y'all know I most people think I'm a hacker. I know I have.
The Reese Committee continued the work of the previous
bad dude. You know how to work the
and foundation.
You know how to work the game. Oh, you don't see me? I'm on the screen going. Oh man. Thought y'all knew about me, man. Told you I don't kill nobody, but I avoid being seen like talking about. But when you who I am, you gotta be incognito. You heard me, incognito. Not Negro or none of that bullshit. But I'm gonna invite y'all to my office when I get to my office. One is just my truck of hers. About to see. A lot of people don't be knowing the symbols on this game and everything. Get this game the power that it has to fuck y'all up. I can give you A, B, C, and D. From what do the ants do for the queen, to what the bees do for the queen, to see what the man do to the queen, the dick is the change. Do I like what? Did you say chicken? All I can say is you can laugh all you want. All I can tell you is before your chicken can die, they pump it with antibiotics so it can't die before they kill it to get it to you to eat it. Same thing go with your cow. Huh? I don't kill nobody on GTA, dog. Go look at my killing ratio, man. My killing ratio don't have nothing but 91 kills. Well, not even 91, because you gotta get 91 to get over the guns, to get the color gun that I can't get, because I gotta kill 91 people. Say it again? Well, I just invited you to my office. So after you come to my office, I'm going to walk outside. If you want to kill me, I'm going to walk outside so you can kill me. All right?
His life is a story of communism and socialism financing the United States. Where they get their money. It is the story of who pays the bills. There is evidence to show there is a diabolical conspiracy to track all of this. Its aim is the furtherance of socialism in the United States. The example that is given of the use of tax-exempt funds are just indications of the kind of problems which a committee of the
yeah, you look real low.
fully explore. For example, do not involve just the grant of $8,000 to a person who happens to be colonists, but involve the research and development of leaders, total sources, and pro-communist propaganda projects that invite and effectively children in our schools and have a tremendous influence over the public mind. These foundations possess a huge sum of untaxed wealth, seem to be dedicated to promoting specific views on matters such as the welfare state, the United Nations, American foreign policy, the nature of the American economy, and so on, rather than presenting objective and unbiased examination of these issues.
During the course of the investigation,
Yeah.
it was found many
You the one that was talking that shit?
funded by foundations like the
Huh?
Rockefeller
Oh, you the one that talking that shit?
Foundation and the
Oh, is it you?
for International Peace.
Don't go over there. Don't go over there by him. Don't go over there by him. Don't go over there by him. Can't even talk to him. Show you how much you can't even talk to him. Let me show you how much you can't talk to him. Stand up. Not yet. Not yet. I'm like yourself. Are y'all leaving? Y'all leaving? Y'all leaving? Yeah. I'm sorry, little man. I don't reach that point, but now why you gonna do that to my secretary? All right, you rejected from the office. So y'all chilling outside, huh? See y'all in front of y'all car. I see y'all picture. What is it?
Text-to-speech unavailable here.
And your picture.
Messages. Gilligan. Select screenshot. Gilligan. Enter. On screen keyboard. I sent news. Weasel. 1. Cursor C capital. Cursor L capital. 2. 6. And shift on A. News. U capital. Weasel. U capital. 1 done. Enter message. Input field. Text to speech grant F.05.
The committee also indicated conclusively that the responsibility for the economic welfare of the American people had been transferred heavily to the executive branch of the federal government, that a corresponding change in education had taken place from an impetus outside of the local community, and that this revolution had occurred without violence and with the full consent of the
Oh, cowboy, I can't even send you no picture. You got your eyes closed. I can't see you, so I can't send you shit. It is what it is. I got one for y'all. Let's go.
It could not have occurred peacefully or with the consent of the majority unless education in the United States had been prepared in advance to endorse it.
The big foundations were playing a large role in funding radical new education initiatives, but for what purpose?
Senator Norman Dodd, Yale graduate, a very distinguished fellow with no access to money, was pulled down to conduct research for this investigation of tax exempt foundations. And in the process of doing so, they wrote letters to the foundations, they wanted to talk to them, et cetera, et cetera. And Norman Dodd went up to New York City. He went up to the Ford Foundation in 1953 and talked to the president of the Ford Foundation, Rowling Gaither. Gaither says, well, I don't understand, why are you going after us, Mr. Dodd? We are carrying out instructions from the White House. And those instructions are to use our tax money to change America so it can be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union. Now, I was first told this over dinner at a restaurant in Georgetown, Washington. I had dinner with Linda Dawes.
Willard E. Gibbons, an 18-year executive director of the National Education Association, on record in 1934 stated at the organization's 72nd meeting,
"A dilated fair must be completely destroyed, and all of us, including the owners, must be subjected to a large amount of social control. A large section of our discussion group, accepting the conclusions of distinguished students, maintain that in our fragile, interdependent society, the credit agencies, the basic industries and utilities cannot be centrally planned under private ownership."
And those foundations have been taken over by critics, leftists, socialists. With regard to the question of the loss of laissez-faire capitalism, I don't know if we've ever had it. We sort of vaguely had it in when the country was started, except for slavery, which was a really gigantic divergence from laissez-faire capitalism. But it's been on a downward spiral.
The National Education Association received major contributions from the General Education Board, which was created and funded by the Rockefeller family. The Rockefellers spent millions funding initiatives in education, much of which went to both the National Education Association and another entity called the Progressive Education Association.
Pretty easy. I've kept it simple since you all seem pretty simple in a good way. In a good way, in a good straight ahead, low IQ kind of.
Who set up the General Education Board, stated the goals and philosophy of the foundation in regards to education, and was co-titled The County School of Tomorrow, occasional paper, number 1,
The first vault door, the thermal charges in, usually hard to get into the network, and open the second vault door. And then look out! Because you'll have about 2 minutes before every cop in town's waiting for you outside the bank. Fast. Get on the bike, split, meet the rendezvous point. Okay? Good luck, people. Nothing can go wrong. Okay.
What up, kid? I don't know how to do that glitch, so all I'm gonna do is split the money up evenly. Yeah, but I don't believe in that unfair shit. It ain't going to hell.
Conclusions and recommendations. Report of the Commission on the Social Studies, American Historical Association. This is funded by the Carnegie Corporation. In this little book, it calls for basically using the schools to change America, to bring it to socialism.
Cumulative evidence supports the conclusion that in the United States, as in other countries, the age of laissez-faire economy and government is closing, and a new age of collectivism is emerging. Implications for education are clear and imperative. The efficient functioning of the American economy and the full utilization of its potentialities require profound changes in the attitudes and outlook of the American people, especially the rising generation.
Damn, I gotta put it where you put your own shit on. Alright, y'all know how I get the armor car, right?
A professor of British socialism called it.
I got the garage, but they don't have the glitch no more.
This is what is going to happen in
Like, you can't go in your garage no more, because I got the garage right there too. That glitch don't work no more. But what I do is, check it out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shoot one of the hostages. If we don't get it this time here, we can start all over again. Because I wanted us to have. Do y'all have those bulletproof uniforms? Or y'all don't? Well, y'all probably ain't high enough to get it though. But anyway, how we're gonna do it is, I'm gonna shoot one of the guards. The armor car gonna come out. I'm gonna jump in another car, shoot around there, do the checkpoints. So we'll start off by the bikes. When we start off by the bikes, my one character gonna stay back. I'm gonna shoot and go get that armor car. 3 people can come with me. She gonna be back with the money. I'm gonna come back and pick her up because I can't move both characters at one time. You got me?
Okay.
No. You don't have to worry about running nothing. All y'all gotta do is take out the people by the bank. Where she gonna be inside the bank. Y'all 2 can be shooting outside the bank. I'm gonna jump in the car, run through all the little checkpoints to get to where the bike's at. Then that's when they're gonna kill me. That's where we're gonna pop back up at. When we pop up right there, I'm gonna shoot from there on a motorcycle, kill those policemen by that armored truck, jump in the armored truck. 3 people can come with me with that. Go back and get her with the money. You see what I'm saying? Well, whoever got the money. But anyway, you got me? That's all you gotta do is shoot outside the bank, cause I gotta just get to where but we already know the SWAT gonna be out there and they ain't gonna be bullshitting and I ain't got the armor on. So it's gonna be alright. We know how to do it, but like I say, with me, patience is a virtue. This is a game. I don't trip out from shit just happening, cause shit do. I just don't like fucking with kids doing this shit. Alright, let's go.
control manage hostages. Demolitions attacker putting down guards. Again, try not to kill the hostages. If this goes to shit, then clown. Guards are down. Okay, demolitions blow the first gate. Charges are on a timer. Keep that in mind. In there are dead bodies in
Gates
there.
should be open.
You're going to
Gates
suffer
are
the
open. The
consequences.
gates are open. The gates are open.
Stay in control.
The
If
gates
they
are
think
open.
you're weak, they might try something.
There you go.
Demolitions first gate. Ground control. Get behind there. Get down to the towers. Now, there's a second gate that'll give you access to the lower level. Blow it.
And he is always trying to work on changing people's behavior, but he couldn't do it in a traditional way with lectures and everything. And faulting people. So he figured out, well, I'm going to make him I can't deal with it, though, because so he thought, I'm not all this stuff.
Hacker, you're up. We've repackaged that for Cruise hardware. Plug it into the access panel and get into the bank network. Clear my computer and access the external device. The program will expose each character of the password as it tries different encryptions.
This method came over in the late 1800s thanks to the order of Hale.
I don't believe that people's actions
Yeah.
past experiences. He believes the idea of free will was an illusion, and therefore the state should have complete control of raising children.
I was wishing that it would have been her. No, no, you grab all the money. Yeah, you grab all the money. Yeah, you grab all the money. Cause I gotta go out there. I gotta run and go get that checkpoint. Here comes somebody else. Got it. Good shot. Yeah, I just thought about that, and that's what's gonna make this shit so fucked up. Is by you having the cash, and I gotta go get him. It'll be just him shooting because I can't do both of them because I'm two characters. You see what I'm saying? Hey, if we don't, we just have to go. We can get suits and all the other shit to do the shit over again because I ain't got no time. I want to get it done the first time when shit happens. See, but yeah, we ain't gonna last. I just thought about it. Swat gonna be out there, and then he don't have on that suit. As soon as they hit him, his vest gonna be gone. As soon as they hit him, his vest gonna be gone. But don't fail but to try. If you never fail, you can't return. That's why. I see somebody come where he at. We got. Well, shit, I'm gonna start off shooting out there, so yeah, we all right. Yeah, me and him gonna be out there shooting.
Foundation for Research on Human Behavior titled Programmed Learning, Involving Principles and Industrial Applications.
Yeah, shit, I gotta get her out the way. Yeah,
Cops have cleared all vehicles near the bank. You're making a run for those bikes. I'll take you on the best route, trying to keep you away from as many cops as I can.
Look at that car head right here. That ain't gonna work there, buddy. I don't care how much I run. I'm running and putting vests on and everything. That ain't gonna work. We're not let them do it on your. Nah, it be honest with you, they ain't much about having the back. It's just that I don't have enough clothes on to do that run that I gotta go do because they shooting me and all I had was 3 vests left anyway. So we ain't going nowhere. We just come right back in it. Yeah, because I ain't going nowhere. I just know one thing. It is what it is. I'm going to quit waiting to get the suits this time.
Canadians have the same attitudes and philosophy infiltrated the Canadian education system. A brief glance reveals that the same philosophy is indeed alive and well in Canadian schools. Canadian schools have fallen to this point in time. When Kitchener-Ontario, home was raided and torn apart, when teachers and school administrators assaulted police on a family simply because their 4-year-old daughter drew a picture of a gun in her kindergarten class, Jesse Sansoni was arrested and by the state, all because some business his daughter's school hyperventilated over a child's crying. When confronted, their response was they, being teachers and school administrators, are co-parents. What does that mean by parents? They co-parent.
Earlier today, our Christians brought
No. I told you all I had was 3 vests.
They took you down the garden path and weren't available. But you did speak to the school board. And I understand the superintendent and the school board had some
Cold day for you.
things to say about their role in it. This is a difficult situation for the family to be in. And we do work hand in hand with these families because we co-parent.
Now put that together with progressive education philosophy of John Dewey, along with the theories and beliefs of P.F. Skinner, the natural philosophy of school masters and other bureaucrats comes into focus. Canadian education system has been infiltrated by the philosophy of people like John Dewey, P.F. Skinner, John McCarthy, and Radical. Ideological roots are steeped not only in economic Marxism, but cultural Marxism as well. What is cultural Marxism? Cultural Marxism began as a translation of Marxist economic theory to the area of culture. The idea of cultural Marxism came out of the failure of Marxist theory. Marxist theory stated that if Europe was ever entangled in a great war, the working class or proletariat would rise up and overthrow the bourgeoisie government, and all of Europe would be engulfed in a Marxist revolution, which would end in the development of a Marxist utopia. That obviously never happened. Marxist theorists came together in an effort to explain this failure. In 1923, the Institute for Social Research was formed in Frankfurt, Germany. Initially, it was to be called the Institute for Marxism, but they thought it best to camouflage their Marxist identity. The Institute for Social Research eventually became known as the Frankfurt School. After prolonged discussion and study, scholars at the Frankfurt School decided that the reason for the lack of popular Marxist uprisings was the inherent corrupting influence of capitalism and Western civilization. Western materialism, according to the Frankfurt School, had blinded the masses to their true class interests. They decided the only way to achieve their Marxist revolution was to tear down Western civilization and its individualist culture. To that end, they created what they called critical theory. Critical theory begins with the conclusion that Western civilization is inherently oppressive. This narrative is used to pit various social groups against each other in order to destabilize Western society, with the ultimate goal of bringing down the capitalist free enterprise system. Eventually, scholars from the Frankfurt School made their way to North America, where they spread these venomous ideas. These ideas were elaborated upon by organizations which eventually became funded by the big foundations, wherein cultural Marxism, known today as political correctness, found a vehicle for its promotion and eventually became a mainstay in universities and educational organizations all over the West.
Okay, so why do you suppose fascism is so much worse than communism, and communism seems to get a pass ideologically with, I see a lot of people in the Occupy movements and other social movements speaking approvingly of the idea of communism.
When Prince Harry from England wore a swastika, everyone went berserk. Oh no, you can't do that. But every kid on campus has got a Che Guevara t-shirt or Mao t-shirt or some other communist t-shirt, and somehow it's acceptable. Well, I think it's because the intelligentsia in the U.S. and in Canada and in other countries are socialist. And they just see communism as sort of a more extreme version of socialism, whereas they see fascism as totally alien. But I think they're mistaken, because except for these superficial differences, economic differences, who owns BMW or Volkswagen, there really isn't that much difference. So I think you're putting your finger on a very, very important point.